And everybody, welcome. Welcome to an evening in Brindlewood Bay, an actual play. Welcome to Dad Overboard.
Hello.
I like your soft, dulcet tones for
Yes.
introducing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I didn't know we were doing our like bedroom
Right.
voices.
Yeah. Our ASMR shadow stories.
You need to feel calm and
Brindlewood
safe.
Bay.
You know.
Alexis is back with the tea. Perfect.
I've returned. That's right, everybody.
He has returned.
Calm down.
Are we up? Are we live? Are we here?
Yeah, we're here and there.
How's the Twitch sound? Does it sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, sounds good.
So take it away, Marcus Flores.
Holy chowder!
Woohoo!
What's up, everybody? It's your old Uncle Cuss here, and we're about to play a bunch of dorky games and be nerds. So that's how we roll on a Friday night, mother effer. Tonight, we're going to be playing Brindlewood Bay. It's an actual play of Brindlewood Bay for our shadow stories. So it is Murder, She Wrote meets H.P. Lovecraft. And I think it's going to be a good time. I think it's basically an excuse for all of us to act like little old ladies, and for some of us, just be our moms. But
Grandma.
yeah, you know what? My mom, solving a murder mystery, she will just cut you and make you say you're guilty. So that's it. So, I'm gonna go around. Everybody will introduce themselves, and then I'm gonna go a little bit about the game and some of the procedures we'll do for this first session, and all of that, and we'll get into it. So I've already yapped about who the hell I am. I'm gonna turn it over to my right side, my right-hand man. Alexi, introduce yourself. Say hi.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alexei Uthinen Gerard. I'm a teacher, a game designer, and a giant nerd, and I have been for a long time. So, when Marcus suggested playing Brindlewood Bay, this was one of the ones that I was like, "Oh, I'm in! Oh, cozy mysteries is my jam." So, I don't know why, but my boyfriend and I are both big Murder, She Wrote fans, actually. So this is right in my home turf. So I'm excited. Yeah. Should I pass it on to the next person? Meredith is to my right. So.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I'm Meredith SK. I'm an illustrator and cartoonist and also giant nerd. I would actually describe my style as cozy punk, like in an everyday sort of way. Yeah, I think about it for me. Below me is what?
Meredith has an extensive dyeing with mushrooms project that I've.
Oh yeah. I've been foraging mushrooms and then dyeing wool with them. So, and I actually do knit. So I figured it would get me in character as a little old lady. I'm going to pass it down to Maxine, who's just right here.
Hi. Yeah, so we'll be playing Maxine, who is definitely my mom. I will be playing my mom as best I can. That's where all the references will come from. And Mark is my name, and I play Durgan Lurch and various other characters on Mystic Midway. And I'm very excited about this. It just makes me. I've always wanted to be an old lady, ever since I was a little kid. So, and then Badger, you're up.
Yes, I'm Badger McInnes. I'm a longtime Call of Cthulhu player and keeper. I also am the art director for Stygian Fox. We publish all sorts of Call of Cthulhu, any award-winning Call of Cthulhu books. I also publish, I run my own company called Squamma Studios. We publish Lovecraftian card games like Feed the Shoggoth and Arkham Relic Hunt. This is my second game for Shadow Stories, and as soon as I saw on Facebook that Marcus was running something involving little old ladies, involving the mythos, I had to bug him and try to get a seat in, and so here I am, despite his better judgment.
Not my better judgment. I love gaming with you. And yeah, this is a cozy mystery for those of you who love your Father Dowling mysteries or Diagnosis Murder or Quincy, all those, but even a little bit of Heart to Heart and some Remington Steel thrown in. But boy, we lean heavy on Murder, She Wrote on this one. So Jason Cordova, who wrote this game, Brindlewood Bay, has kindly kind of jotted out session one little instructions for everyone here. So I'm going to just follow along and then we'll go through this. So the next step he's got is CATS. CATS is an acronym for concept, aim, tone, and subject matter. It just kind of gives you a benchmark as to where we're going to go with this game and what we would like to see out of it and all of that good stuff. So concept for it is that Brindlewood Bay, as I have said, is a role-playing game about a group of elderly ladies. Classy, elderly, plucky, elderly ladies. And they are members of the Murder Mavens Mystery Book Club. And they frequently find themselves investigating and often solving real-life murder mysteries. But it is becoming increasingly aware, much to the audience, I should say, that there are supernatural forces that connect these cases that they're working on. In particular, there is a cult dedicated to the dark, monstrous aspect of the goddess Persephone, which will come to vex them. And that's great for concept. Aim is what we're going for. Is we're going to spend the probably this first hour, so from 7 to 8, making a character, and it probably won't even take that long. But what will take a little longer is we'll be doing kind of a group character concept where we'll be assigning cozy little items to each other and fleshing out this cozy little world of Brindlewood Bay, which is Brindlewood Bay, originally written as a whaling town, a little coastal whaling town, which is now a more of a touristy kind of a little resort. But we're all a bunch of Californians, so to make it easier for all of us and for your ears, because my New England accent is not going to happen, I'm going to just say it's in California, because we do have Monterey Bay, we've got
Carmel by the Sea,
and we do have Bodega Bay. So lots of other whaling towns as well, unfortunately, which are just as described. They are a bunch of touristy spots and affluent touristy spots, as a matter of fact. So that's what we're going to be doing, is creating character. And then after we finish up with that, we're going to take probably a 10-minute break. And once we get back with a 10-minute break, we'll go with a little bit of before mystery moves, in case anybody has any, and then we'll go right into the mystery, and probably, if we have enough time, we'll solve the mystery and then have a little kind of debrief afterwards as to what we loved about the game or what we were hoping to change about the game and such. Tone. So the tone of the game tends to go cozy and a little bit of creepy. Mostly, in my opinion, is it'll be tongue-in-cheek and campy and a little kitschy, but it is still a murder mystery. And these ladies do live in the world, so we can have fun as the writers / role players of all of this. But to them, there are some serious moments because somebody was murdered and died, and they're trying to solve a murder and mystery. So we'll try to stick with that tone as well. If it does get creepy, it will be more towards the almost obscured side. When I thought of how to describe murders in this, murders in a lot of these 80s cozy mysteries were very like, you see somebody in a window, they pull down the blind, you see their shadow move away, then you see another shadow with a knife like coming, and then that's it. Somebody's dead. There's no like Tarantino-esque stabbing, gore everywhere. So we'll try to keep the tone into, as far as the violence goes, into that, or at least if it's something creepy and Cthulhu mythos, it's almost voices in the dark or something following you. And then, and that almost kind of falls into the subject matter as well. Subject matter, I'll say we are a TV show. Let's go for PG, and and go with that. Some of the safety tools that are recommended, of course, are that we use in the Midway tabletop is X card. If anything comes up that you don't even want featured, you just have to say X card, or even if you don't feel like saying that, you can type it into chat. We'll see it. And I may ask if there is a specific thing that you would like removed, and I will remove it. We'll backtrack and redo. There's no need to explain why. And there are lines and veils, but with lines and veils, I feel we are going to try to cover that with what I talked about with our tone and subject matter. Like I said, we're going to go for more Murder, She Wrote and not Law and Order SVU. And certainly not, even though I loved HBO's Perry Mason. We're going to try to step back from some of that. But again, if anything does come up, always feel free to use the X card. And I believe that is that. We're going to go ahead and let's go with let's make a character.
Yeah.
I believe most of you had made your characters, correct?
Yeah, kind of.
I have not.
And right, Badger has not, but I saw some of you had posted what you went with. So let's help Badger make character, and then I'm gonna go around. Everybody will introduce their character as to like who they are and who they're late, who they're widowed from, or maybe who that person ran away. Kids, if any, and that counts. Pets will count as kids too. So I know I have a very, very fat, lazy dog that is going to be my child. So Badger, let's help Badger make yours. On your character sheet, you'll see first off, just says name. You can either pick one or make up one of your own. Like any good playbook from Powered by the Apocalypse, they kind of help you along.
So that I've done. Okay. I am Sybil Tillinghast.
Nice.
Love it. Got to throw a Sybil in there.
Yep.
All right. And then you have your style to pick from, or you can make up one of your own, because I did notice that a lot of these styles are very, very little old lady. But as we know, our generation is getting older, and we are going to become little old lady. So punk and goth is a perfectly acceptable little old lady outfit as well. Or former goth, if you're, stopped going to Roderick's Chamber and then moved into the suburbs. So.
God, Roderick's Chamber. I'm gonna go with Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, oh, nice. Martha's Vineyard. Sybil likes her Martha Stewart.
She likes her tone.
She likes Cabernet. She likes her rosé.
Yep. Dancing. Dancing little Steely Dan with rosé in the glass. It's very good. Or Billy Joel if you're Martha's Vineyard, I assume. And her cozy activity, what are you thinking of? And I don't know if anybody saw this, but or you probably saw it on your character sheet, but no two mavens can have the same activity. We just want to spice it up.
Could I pick gossiping?
Oh, yeah. I love it. Yeah. You kind of get everybody around and whisper, murmur, and collect the gossip. Nice. I like that. Your little old lady version of Varys from Game of Thrones. You're just
Oh my god, that's so good.
But then Varys was a bit of a little old lady, and he is probably one of my absolute favorite characters, and that actor is amazing. And then for abilities, so at the beginning of the game, you just have to add one to any single ability. You'll see you have vitality. That's basically your physical self. Composure, how you can keep your cool under pressure. Reason, of course, is going to be your analytical thinking. Presence, allow your charisma. And sensitivity is how close you are to esoteric spooky things.
Okay. I'm gonna bump up my composure by 1, so now I have 2.
Now you got a +2. Okay. So that's pretty much making a character. And now we're going to introduce each other, and then after we introduce our characters, we're going to go back around, and each of us is going to pick a cozy little item to put in our cozy little place of our homes.
Sybil needs a Maven move.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I went right by the sheet. Sybil, get yourself a Maven move.
Maven move. Okay.
So on the sheet I got for you there, sent you out, there should be a single sheet PDF called Maven Moves.
Got it.
So all these Maven moves, of course, are named after. You can tell by by all the names of your favorite show. The only thing about these Maven moves, you get to pick one, but in any group, there can be only a Dale Cooper and a Fox Mulder cannot exist in the same game because they're two somewhat supernatural themed games, and you want to kind of keep that pretty unique to people. But
okay, what are the other what do the other Mavens have?
Shall we go around and like introduce do a quick character?
Yeah, and then we can decide.
Let's do that. Then we'll get into the cozy stuff. Okay. So Alexa, you start first with Ruby McMurphy.
Ruby McMurphy's style is Alexis Carrington Colby. She looks fantastic. Her Maven activity is charity work, specifically political work. Her Maven move is Jonathan Hart, which is she had a jet-setting lifestyle, and some of that glamour will never fade. She gets +1 to her presence, and I also give her +1 to vitality, so she's pretty well-rounded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yes.
And then her sister, Opal.
Opal.
I'm Opal McMurphy. Ruby's my sister.
I'm the older.
You're the older one. Okay.
Gotcha.
You're older by like 5 minutes, dear.
Oh, twins.
It still counts. It counts.
It never lets me forget it ever.
Ever.
So Opal McMurphy. My style is all the cardigans, and my cozy activity is knitting. So I actually knit all these cardigans, and they're all like very bright, clashing colors. Like everything I wear is just like solid blocks of color and bright patterns.
Okay.
And relatedly, my Maven move is Sonny Crockett. So, which is my power is having a particularly stylish outfit, which does things. Should we read them out, or should we just say?
Yeah, give me what's the Sonny Crockett do for you?
All right. I own a particularly stylish outfit, a little number that makes people say "wow" when they see it. Describe the outfit and add it to your cozy little place. When you use the outfit and advantage in a die roll, leave it unmarked.
Nice.
And so my little outfit is basically like a really like brightly patterned dress, a really bright colored cardigan that like doesn't match it, some sort of silly hat, and little like green shoes and matching socks. Like little kitten heels. I gave myself gave myself my point in I think it was presence.
Okay.
And I think that's about it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go back. We'll go back around in a little bit, and I'll ask you a couple more questions. But yeah.
Okay.
And Maxine.
Well, my name is Maxine Johnson, and I dress in a reasonable way, an efficient way, a comfortable way to be. And I'm a librarian still to this day. I still do office hours occasionally, though I'm retired.
Mm-hmm. They just can't force you out. You just...
No, they need me. I mean, they're so young. And I collect antique books. So I've made a little stash for myself over the years collecting. And I also like gardening.
Mm-hmm.
Lost without you, Maxine. Their heads from a hole in the ground. I've seen how you work at the library.
Mm-hmm.
Tight ship.
Mm-hmm. Always talking, Ruby. Always something to say about someone. Reason +1, by the way, is her bonus. And I went with the Rockford theme, so she'll get an answering message, maybe from her kids or
in the in the cold open.
Yeah, and I think that's all the kind of background there. Yeah.
Okay. And then Sybil.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Yes, hello. Sybil Tillinghast here. I dress very Tony. I used to live in England. I ran a hotel in Torquay with my husband, Basil. But unfortunately, about 10 years ago, he passed on. And I decided instead of running the hotel by my lonesome with that idiot Manuel, I thought I'd retire and see another coast in another part of the world. So I moved here. It's quite boring, actually, until I met the club. And it's so fascinating. I work part-time at one of the more swanky hotels just to keep myself occupied, but really to keep an eye on everybody here because, there's so many dastardly things going on. Oh, Mrs. Reynolds, did you hear the other day that she put arsenic in her scones?
No.
Yes.
My God.
Didn't.
She
My
did.
God.
She's trying to poison Mrs. Nesbitt's cat.
Well, that's just simply dreadful.
Oh, I know, but it makes for such a good story, doesn't it?
There's no record of that at all in the library.
And it's so
I looked in the
overkill,
microfiche.
but I believe you.
Cats don't even eat scones.
I've
Work?
put my extra point in composure, and
Very English.
I have the Angus MacGyver.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
MacGyver. Excellent.
When I improvise a situation using whatever is at hand, ask the other players and keeper to name 3 objects you find in the environment. So long as you give a plausible explanation for how one or more of these 3 objects will help you with an action, you can have an advantage on a single roll related to that action.
Yeah.
I had to fix a lot of things at the hotel.
At the hotel. Nice.
Basil was just too lazy to get his hands dirty.
Basil. Right. So I'm going to go back around, and we'll do it in reverse. I'll start with Sybil because we got a little bit of your story.
Yes,
so we have here is. Please tell us about your deceased partner or partner that has that you've moved on from, and then after that, children, if any, and pets are okay too. And then you've already explained your career before you retired to Brindlewood Bay. So, yes, let's get a little bit more.
My dear departed husband, Basil, and I, we started our hotel. Tillinghast Towers in Torquay. We ran it successfully for a number of years, but unfortunately, a fire burnt it down, and he had a heart attack. And, well, I decided it was time to move to greener pastures, as it were.
She says successfully, but I've seen the Yelp reviews. They're not pretty.
Was it? He would say he passed of a heart attack.
Yes.
Damn it, Sybil. There's a villain in your group, I think.
Hey, villainy or justice?
That's right. Who knows? Who knows what went on in the walls of that hotel?
No children, unfortunately, but I do have a corgi named Herbert.
Yeah. Perfect.
Oh,
Herbert. Corgi. I love corgis.
They are damn cute.
They're ridiculously cute. And swinging back around, we'll go to Maxine. Give us your deceased or divorced partner and any children.
Oh, he's doing fine. He's doing great. He's been very successful. He has a big house on 120 acres. We chat sometimes, but and I have 4 children. They're lovely. They're all grown up, and they have grandchildren for me that I see occasionally. And they don't call enough, but sometimes they leave messages for me.
Yeah, they don't.
And I have a little dog named Noelle. She's a little Shih Tzu.
Shih Tzu. We got a Shih Tzu and a Corgi. We got a Corshit. Shih Tzu. Noelle, correct?
Noelle, yes. I got her for Christmas. It was a gift from my oldest.
Oh,
He's always so sweet.
Well, perfect. What was it? So who was the oldest that gave you that?
Johnny. Johnny's the oldest. X is Jack.
Ah, yeah. Jack is alive. And
he is. Doing very well with his new wife.
Oh, shit.
It's been a while. I'm over it. It's fine.
Yep.
Happy alone. Okay.
That's right. You're new life.
That's her off, dear.
Did he have a heart attack? Could he? Does he have a weak heart?
Such a shame. If he
doesn't
did.
like going to be solving the murder and be like, oh, wait a minute, it's Sybil. All these murders are Sybil.
And she's the one who does the whole big reveal. I know who the murderer is.
I know who the murderer is. It's the sheriff. Get rid of the law in this town.
Why do we always have the parlor room scene in your parlors? Why is that?
I don't know. It's comfy and convenient.
Convenient. And Opo, more of the sweater wearer of the twins. And give us your Give us your either deceased partner, divorced partner, kids, if any, and then I forget if you had said what you did before retiring to Brindlewood Bay.
Well, I had I never got married, but I had a partner named Isabel, who unfortunately she passed on 2.5 years ago. But together we raised a beautiful blue and gold macaw named Zed, who still lives with me. Zed, Zed is now 15 years old and is just the most handsome bird you've ever seen.
It's true.
Yeah. Before I came here, I worked in a restaurant as the sommelier, but you know, I don't think that they actually I was the sommelier, but I think I was more there for the people who were there to cheer them up and to, get them excited for their meal. And, it seems strange to have a sommelier at a diner. So I feel like maybe...
Right, yeah.
I did try to get them to drink a lot of wine, though.
Your selection was not good, though. I frequented that diner.
No, we had 2.
Yes.
We had 3. We had 3, if you include the champagne. If you include mimosas, we had 3 types of wine: red, white,
and bubbly.
Yeah, red, white, and mimosa. We didn't sell the champagne.
I see.
It wasn't really champagne.
It just
but we didn't sell it on its own. We only sold it as a mimosa.
Okay. Red, white, mimosa. Gotcha. Yeah. Boy Macaw's working at an exotic animal pet store. I love them, but boy, they live a very, very long time. Unless you die, then they just will themselves to death, and then that's awesome. They're just like, well, I don't want to be here anymore.
Bye.
Peace out.
Bye.
I'm not going to make it to 80, so see ya.
So that's Opal.
It's Opal and Ruby.
Well, I admit that career-wise, I underperformed, perhaps. I was a housewife. I raised 2 kids, both. Alex did political science at Bryn Mawr, and she's working in a senator's office now. And Sandy did kinesiology, unaccountably. He's very bright, but he just doesn't apply himself. So it wasn't until my husband died that I realized that I needed to find projects to throw myself into, and read everything that I could about politics and became very active in Brindlewood Bay's small but vicious political scene.
Nice. So, Ruby, your husband's name?
Leon.
Leon, how'd he pass? Don't say heart attack.
I know.
Heart attack while on trip to England.
To England, yeah. We stayed at a very bad hotel.
It was horrible.
Terrible. No, cancer.
Okay.
Bowel cancer, and the doctors didn't catch it fast enough.
Yep.
He really was so brave, though. So brave.
He was.
And I forgot to ask, how did Isabel pass?
She died in her sleep. She had been struggling for a few years with various ailments. So, she had health issues and just sort of passed peacefully in her sleep. And, there was no reason to do an autopsy or what have you.
Right. Yeah.
But she was older than me by about 10 years.
Okay.
So
I like her.
She beautiful life.
Shoulders.
Yes, she did.
Big, broad shoulders.
So broad.
It's that broad. All right. And then with that, we go back around again, and we're each going to pick something cozy to fill in our cozy little places for each other. So, Alexi, my thing for you. I think in your cozy little place, you have you have a you have a actually like a power suit, an evening, or like a good luck suit.
Oh yeah.
That your kids bought you.
Aww.
And it was they noticed you getting more involved in the politics and whatnot, and they got you that for and they knew your style, so it's still very extravagant, Alexa Carrington like, but they got it for basically a big dinner where you got to present a little reward to Michelle Obama. She came around with like her book signing. So
nice.
So from then on, that was kind of your lucky like suit.
Excellent. I love it.
And anybody else? Like we all pop a little something fun into Ruby's cozy little place. So anybody
nice.
want to take it next and put a little something? So the cozy little things are things that you can use, and you just got to be creative of how you use them. To give you basically a +1 onto a roll, any roll that you would like to apply it to. It's not a +1, advantage, meaning you roll 3d6, you'll take the 2 best. And after that, you mark it off. So you can still feature it, you just can't use it again this session. And then if we do another session, it becomes refreshed, basically. And within reason, I can't say like, well, Sybil, you have a cozy little Sherman tank fully loaded in your backyard, but something that goes into your cozy little home. So anybody next
can have a cozy little flamethrower.
Yeah, I have a cozy.
Speak for yourself here.
I have a cozy little. A cozy little mercenary company that I employ. So, will anybody else?
Just the nicest boys.
They're just the nicest boys. They
They work hard.
They don't have names per se.
They do not.
Anybody next one to add to Ruby's cozy little place?
Maybe a collection of like fine art from all the hobnobbing. She's got a nice little collection of originals from people who got famous, kind of.
Oh, yes.
Like a nice wall kind of dedicated to these artists, and you like to talk about them maybe, or maybe you don't, you just sort of display them prominently and wait for people to mention them.
How about, because Ruby is so interested in local politics, she has a cozy little black book with all of the names and addresses and phone numbers of various council people and the mayor and the treasurer. Maybe a little bit of, extra information.
Sure.
For your last birthday, I got you a teal and pink monogrammed pocket mirror.
Perfect. Those colors are hideous, but I love it.
I love you too, Ruby.
I love you so much, Opal.
Yes.
That's adorable.
Okay. This clashes with literally everything that I own. It's fine.
This is anti-fashion, but
it's with you everywhere. It's in your pocket. No one will see it.
Okay, so then I'll go to Opal. Opal, I will say when you retired from the diner, they actually gave you a really beautiful wine key engraved with your name on it, and you only use it on special occasions. Maybe there's an actually good bottle of wine that you're waiting to open it up with, but yeah, it's there in your home, and it's from the crew.
I loved them. They're all just such good children.
Well, you also have a rather impressive and substantial wine collection that you keep in one of those refrigerated. I don't know if it's a refrigerated unit, but those special.
Yeah, for the wines,
glass
it's
unit.
Almost like
There's
a
a whole room.
humidifier.
Does she have? Can she afford a whole room?
Yeah, no.
Sure.
I think Opal has a little. She has a little wine cellar.
Yeah, a little wine cellar.
Nice and cool.
It's a wine cellar / like para activity room.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's fun.
I think there needs to be a secret door in the wine cellar that goes into like a hidden lab.
That you can only open by using a knitting needle.
Getting complex.
Yes, 2 of them.
Anything else? So we got a wine key, a good substantial wine cellar or wine collection. Sorry.
So I think that Opal Isabel, after she passed away, she left you her tool set.
Oh.
You have like a very well taken care of, well used and well loved set of tools that are perfect for any kind of like mechanical or home repair that you could possibly use them for.
Okay.
I imagine that Isabel like taught you how to do a bunch of that stuff. In my head, she's very handy.
Okay.
I'm basing her on everyone that I know.
And Maxine, what little item do you want to add to that?
Well, I guess I had the idea of there being actually a little secret chamber in the wine cellar, maybe where she keeps her tools. But we could go completely out there and have her knitting needles haven't been brought up, so that might be something that she's actually proficient in if she ever needs them.
More knitting needles?
Nimble and efficient with those needles.
Knitting needles. Okay, nice. So really, you kind of your go-to pair of knitting needles.
Yeah. Shades of Homestuck, I guess. We're
nice.
She might have a nice collection. She might have like an arsenal. For all I know, she keeps them in her boot, and one in her hat.
Yeah. Well, this is Murder She Wrote, not the Avengers.
Like Hawkeye, but with knitting needles.
Right. Yeah. So, and then after that, we'll go to Maxine. Maxine, I'm going to say you have a unique and strange book in your collection that you are still working on translations for.
Okay. Like ancient Sumerian? They mention Gozer at all or anything
right,
like that?
It might be. It might be.
All right.
Can this extend to, say, the garage?
Yeah.
Okay. Maxine has a Mini Cooper.
Nice.
That is one of the top of the line models. So it's got extra room. It's got a souped up engine.
It's got to be a hybrid.
Of course, it's got to be a hybrid.
Yeah.
I like the idea of like an extra roomy Mini Cooper that's got like an extra shoebox worth of space in it.
Yeah.
Really,
It's got 4 doors.
We really pushed to get you that extra.
There is like an extra large Mini
It's a
Cooper.
4-door. You can get a 4-door one too.
Yeah.
It's like
It's got a Clubman.
for when my kids come to visit. There needs to be space for them.
Yeah, so you get a nice, a really nice Mini Cooper. You don't have the have the Maven Move Michael Knight, which makes it like even cooler. But you do have.
Can I change it? That would be pretty cool.
You can have basically Michael Knight would give you. You'd have a form of transportation that gives you always could roll advantage on that, but with this you at least have this one thing that
That's
you can
fine. Yeah.
like
What color?
one time a session you can do it. So.
What color is it?
Ooh. Red.
All right. Nice. It's probably a little reckless. A little bit of a reckless drive.
You actually drive 5 miles over the speed limit.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
Danger.
Maxine, does it have did you name your Mini Coupe? Or your soup coupe, sorry.
I would say oh boy, that's a tough one. Jackie.
Okay.
Because everything's about Jack. I was thinking about Jackie Cooper.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Just driving it fast. Jackie Cooper.
But it's a female Jackie. It's a female car.
Right. Yeah.
Maxine, do you smoke?
I used to.
Okay.
I've given up a long time ago. I can't. No.
You have a beautiful lighter in the shape of a pearl-handled revolver.
Oh, nice.
It is in no way, shape, or form a gun, but it does look like one.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it. It's a pearl handle.
Nice.
See, I want to say that you have a letter opener. That's just lovely.
Oh.
You know, from, you know, it was a gift. It's one of those things. So you know, so you're old. You know, when you're opening your mail, it's, you know, if you've got a little the arthritis in your hands, you need a little extra assistance there, right? I mean, it's very like non-threatening letter opener, but it's you know, it's got you know, it's real silver, and then the handle is a nice wood with like a nice like sort of like mahogany or rosewood type handle.
Almost like a wand.
Yeah, almost like a wand. But it doesn't look whimsical or out of place or anything. It's just sort of like an austere, but like utilitarian thing to help little old ladies.
Well, it also keeps the seam nice on the letters, so when you put it back in there, it's easier to sort of stack them all up and organize them.
And if you're a magazine or a newspaper and you want to like crease something down, really
it's perfect.
Really useful.
Nice.
Sounds great.
Okay. And then we go to Sybil. Sybil. Let's see. Da, da, da. I'm gonna say you have, gosh, what do you have? You know, you've got, and because Ruby's already got kind of a book of contacts and names, and you're more of the rumor monger. You know what, actually, you have a one of the ways that you like to talk with people at your parlor is over tea, and you have a when you know you are going to talk with folks, you have a specific batch of tea that you brew up for that, and you don't drink that every time. You know, that's not an everyday one for you. That's the circle is getting together, or I'm having guests over tea. So I will say that's you have that some tea from someplace, some far off place.
I actually had a beverage based one as well.
Sybil likes a drink.
Yeah.
You got a bottle of gin.
You know, those old like you know, the sort of like the Tom and Jerry sets where it would all like be this sort of like ground glass little cups. Sort of like that, only it's like little brand fashion faceted. It's glass, but you say it's crystal.
So crystal drinking set?
Yeah, crystal drinking glasses.
Okay.
They're for, you know, you use them for brandy and port and whatever else.
Right. Yeah, it's like the cute little ones.
Yeah.
They could be Tiffany, but they're not Tiffany. But nobody else knows. You know, very nice.
They're very good.
Very cool.
I probably got them at a yard sale.
Oh, yeah.
Peer into other people's windows. Sure. Probably a cruiser. Okay.
I'm actually going to I'm gonna offer you something that's complementary to that. You have a set, a pair of binoculars, and a birding book which you have never opened.
Okay.
Sybil can often be seen like tootling around town with her binos and her bird book, but she remains like steadfastly unaware of any of the local birds and does not seem in any way, shape, or form to like know birds or care about birds. But she's often seen with her binos and her bird book.
Awesome.
Very cool. All right. So now we've got all that established. Your characters are set. You got your cozy places set up, and we're about to take, and we're right on time. And we're about to take our 10-minute break. So during the break, I will say, think about what we're going to go into is probably a cold open, and then the opening montage of the show. You know, when the piano starts playing, it's very light and upbeat and fluffy. So think about what is the montage that the audience sees of your character every time they tune into the show, of, you know, like going fishing, or like getting into some trouble, or like, you know, sneaking around with flashlights and that. So think about what your little montage piece is going to be, and then we'll do that, and then we'll get started into the mystery. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8:10.
All right, y'all, play out here.
In 10 minutes.
I'll see you in 10.
Taking a break for 10 minutes. And we are back.
We have returned. We have returned. Our plucky little ladies have returned. I love them already. And I love all their pets.
Oh, actually, that does remind me. Ruby does have a cat.
Okay.
Yeah, she has a black cat named Artemis. It was Alex's cat before she went to Bryn Mawr. Ruby wound up taking it over, and now she has this cat. She doesn't know why it's called Artemis or why people think that it's funny that it's a black cat named Artemis, because she's never watched Sailor Moon.
Maxine, do our dogs get along?
Do what?
Do our dogs get along, Maxine?
I would say, sorry, I almost took me a moment to imagine what that experience would be like. I had an image, this tiny dog with probably be playful most of the time, but very protective. Okay. So, probably chases off a little bit and would love to just run around like crazy with most any dog, as long as they don't crush a tiny little dog. But maybe too big for her britches in a way. So they get along, they play, but they probably rough each other up a little bit.
Herbert is a very, very happy, joyful dog.
Oh, perfect. They'll get along.
Okay.
Ruby, keep your cat away from Zed.
So, one thing I should do is kind of go over, and there are not many of them, but we should go over the basic moves, like the moves all of you can do, just so you get an idea of them and comfortable with them. So there is the day move and the night move, and the day move and the night move just signifies any action that you take that is not finding clues. So like breaking into some place, or sneaking off, or like anything like that. And the reason that it's day move and night move is, of course, night is much more dangerous and much more risky. The supernatural things may happen at night, or more consequences happen at night. So then there's the meddling move. Meddling move is your investigation move. It's how you can find clues, and I'll get into why you want to find some clues. Odd, you want to find clues in a murder mystery. The cozy move is where you share an intimate moment with another maven that you're engaged in your particular cozy activity. Say like Sybil and rumor mongering. And what that does is it removes any conditions that pop up. Conditions are things like, frightened or shaken, or, melancholy, things like that I'll afflict you with. And then there's the Gold Crown mystery move. So all of you ladies love the Gold Crown mysteries. The Gold Crown mysteries center around Amanda Delacourt, who is she, like, I don't know if you've ever seen the Miss Fisher mysteries. That's what I'm basing her off of. This very jet city, cosmopolitan, cool turn of the century private detective, or amateur private detective. And so the Gold Crown mystery move is the move that any one of you can do, but you can only do it once per session, and that's not even once per player. Like, it can only come up once per session. It gives you an automatic 12 plus, so it gives you on anything that you attempt other than theorize. Theorize is how you solve the mystery. And you just say, I'm going to do the Gold Crown move by saying, I remember in the Gold Crown mystery, the Emerald Kiss, when Amanda discovered that this reminds me of that time, and then you find a clue or solve something, or get out of a safe that seems that you're locked in and air is running out. And then there is the occult move, which you may not do this session, but we may. Who knows? You guys aren't spellcasters or anything like that, but something occult-like may come up. An occult move, you can do something like that. The only scary thing with that is it's very, very dangerous. It brings you closer to the void, and much like Call of Cthulhu, exposes you to the mythos a bit when you do use it. And then theorize at the end of the mystery. At any point in the mystery, you can say, girls, let's get together and theorize who the murderer could be. And you roll off against the difficulty of the mystery. So the mystery kind of has a set, say like 6, and that 6 will be like a -6. So you're kind of already start in the hole, -6, and you use clues to chip away at that. So you collect 4 clues. Instead, it's like a -2. You collect 6 clues. You know, you roll evenly. So you roll that and you theorize, and whether it's a success or not is how you solve the mystery. That's why I said I don't know who the murderer is. There's no set like who did it. We're going to be collecting clues, and in your minds, we're going to create who could have done it, create a theory, roll it, bust that person, and you roll it, and that's who did it. Now, there's also taking the crown. So taking the crown is a move you can do. You can either take the crown of the queen or take a crown of the void. And you'll see on your character sheet, crown of queen, crown of void. You can do this. You can do this at any time after I've kind of narrated something to almost script change things. So say if I was like, Ruby was cornered by the gangster that you thought you had put away for murder. And he's taking her to the cliffs to throw her off the edge of the cliffs, and he throws her off the edge of the cliffs, and she dies. And Ruby says, "Oh, wait! I'm going to take Crown of the Queen or Crown of the Void, and let's roll." And sorry, it doesn't change the script. It makes your roll 1 level up. So say you rolled a miss, it would then become a 7 to 9, or if you rolled a 7 to 9, it would become a 10. So it basically improves your roll 1 step. So it could potentially save your life, which is why I will tend to go on those hard moves, because you basically have things that could completely change the universe. So Crown of the Queen is you get to use that move, but you'll see the little ticking boxes here. You then have to give us a flashback of something either during that moment or later on in the session about the woman that is this mystery maven. You know, you'll see things like flashback to your fondest memory of your late partner, or even give us a scene present day showing how a burgeoning romance. You know, it's Crown of the Void is you can pick as well, but that is exposing yourself to the void. So, and that goes in order. So the first thing that would happen is a shadow in the garden. So hereafter, during any cozy vignettes focused on you or a cozy move scene involving you, you must also narrate how dark entities are suddenly revealing themselves to you. So, so basically, yeah, you are exposing yourself to the void to kind of switch your luck, and the void is noticing. So those are your moves, and we're going to go ahead and get this mystery going. Let's get Dad Overboard going.
Overboard.
Dad Overboard. I believe Maxine is the one with a before session move.
Yes.
The Rockford Files move.
Yes.
Or the Jim Rockford. The Rockford Files. And if you know who the Rockford Files are, welcome to being old like me, because I love the Rockford Files. And we'll say your cold or the Rockford Files scene is Do you have an answering machine?
Yeah, it would be on my maybe my little mini Google Mini or something.
Okay.
Then it would have like a little message that would go off, and I'd be like, it'd probably be a little more high tech. She's
right.
not,
okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. So the Google Mini, the little nest or whatnot goes off. It kind of boom, pings off. And a voice message comes on, and it is a young man who says, "Hi, Miss Johnson. I didn't want to disturb you, or I'm sorry, Maxine. I know you said to call you Maxine. Anyways, it's Peter Schilling. I wanted to say thanks for thanks for helping out my mom." I knew she didn't do it. I knew she couldn't have killed that guy. So thanks for clearing her name. And we're breeders of Shih Tzu. So I wanted to send a little something to you. It's to help with some of the hyperactivity we were talking about, and maybe it can help your little doggy. It's about 4 bottles of that CBD mixture we were talking about. So I guess we sent it to you. I got a notice that it's waiting for you in the post office. So I just signed for it, and enjoy. And thanks a lot, Miss Johnson, Maxine. All right, bye. And it hangs up. Nice. Then we cut over to, it's nighttime. It's we know it's late. We see a wait, hold on. We see a dad on a beautiful, opulent yacht, and in one of the big staterooms, they're singing karaoke. Looks like him and his family. The kids are bored. They all look about college age on up. So say 20s to the oldest looks maybe late 30s, maybe 40. And they're into this karaoke, and it's a lot bit of singing, but Dad's really into it, and he's singing the hits of Jimmy Buffett. He's singing them all. Oh man, you think Margaritaville's one thing, but we got like cheeseburgers in paradise, pencil thin mustache, like everything that is on he's going for it, and it is wearing down the family. And little by little, we just keep cutting to scenes where like one's left, another one has left. The wife comes, kisses on the cheek. She leaves. He's just by himself, like singing and drinking. And as they leave, he finishes up. We just see his hand like drop the microphone down, and step outside onto the bow of this big, beautiful yacht. And he's on the phone. Camera's kind of behind him, and we hear him talking a bit. He's kind of in robe, still has got a really bad captain's hat on, and a whiskey, and a cigar. And he says, he's like, yeah, I don't know. No, I'm going to tell them all tomorrow. No. Yeah, no, I know you don't think that's a bright idea, but I just want to see the look on their faces. Yeah. All right. I'll call you when it's done. And he hangs up. And we see the camera moving behind his back as if somebody is moving behind him. And then we see these hands come up. We can't tell if it's a man's hands, woman's hands. You just see these hands come up, and a push, and a quick cut scene, and possibly a splash. Now we go to our mystery tonight, which is Overboard tonight on Brindlewood Bay. Dad Overboard. So tonight's mystery, because we kind of want to wrap it up, is not going to be a complexity 6. I'm going to make it like a 4, and if we have time, maybe a 5, but we'll say it's a 4 for now. And there's a splash. Or maybe we got arty in the mid '80s, and it was just the moonlight ripples, and then the moonlight becomes red. Dun, dun,
Ooh.
and then the music starts up to let everyone know that they're in for a treat.
Everyone watching, please, please, please. We can't do it, but you can put on the Murder, She Wrote theme right now.
Put on the Murder, She Wrote theme and just let it go. There's a piano going. It's very Stephen J. Cannell. It's Botchko. It's very sit, ubu sit. It's like and it goes. You know, it starts to come up, and we're getting scenes of Brindlewood Bay. And a kind of a very expensive helicopter shot over. We drift in. So Maxine, what's the montage we see when it's kind of introducing in the opening montage of the show to Maxine's character? What's the cozy activity?
Yeah, her cozy activity is just organizing all of her files and books and such. So she'll just be happily working with the letter opener, just, you know, very excited because looks like there's something from her grandkid, maybe a drawing or something. You don't really see the drawing, and then it, you know, goes out the window to the next person.
Oh, so she's kind of cuts it up and opens it up, smiles, and we kind of pull from the window, dun, da, 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 and then probably like a scene of her in a bit of action, you know, like with a flashlight behind like a pier or something.
Yeah, you cut from that to like, you know, her looking around just sort of like disgruntled and sort of... And we camera then opens up onto a scene with Ruby. And what is Ruby's cozy little vignette?
So Ruby is like in like a campaign office, and there's like busy people everywhere, and she's like on the phone, and she's also like she's like listening to the phone, and then she's shouting at someone, and then she's back on the phone, and then she's shouting at the phone. And then she turns to the camera and gives like a smile, like she like.
Right, that's where we see the like actors who would be portraying Ruby McMurphy. Right, exactly. Right, yeah. Goes across, boom, cuts into, you know, her jumping out of an exploding building. I don't know, but then I
think it cuts to like her like. She's in a car and she's like tailing another like a big black limousine. You know, she's like there's a it's not quite a car chase, but it's like cars staking out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that episode. And we hit the Sybil. What is Sybil's cozy vignette?
Her cozy vignette is her standing behind the desk at the hotel where she works at part-time. There's no audio because the music is playing, the theme music, but she's clearly getting into an argument with somebody at the desk, and that person leaves, and she just arches an eyebrow as she starts writing in her little notebook. To her riding her powder blue cruiser through town with her binoculars around her neck, and then the next shot is her on some sort of low hill, and she's laying on the grass.
And she belly crawled up to the hill.
And she lowers her her binoculars, and that's when it freeze frames, and then you see so and so as Sybil Tillinghast. The last shot of her is sitting in a very comfortable high back chair with a glass of sherry, and she's reading the latest Gold Crown mystery.
Nice. And it goes for a little bit longer, and then we to Opal. What is Opal's cozy vignette? Followed by some action.
The camera starts on Opal's little feet in her like brightly colored kitten heels and pans up across the most crazily colored outfit, sitting in a park on a bench knitting with Zed the parrot on my shoulder. I mean, just huge. And then Opal sees something and does this kind of, you know, tucks her knitting away and like very conspicuously tries to be inconspicuous and follows someone, and then sort of like you see a brick, it cuts to a different view. You see the corner of a brick wall, and like Opal's face sort of peek around the corner, and then Zed's face kind of peek around the corner.
The top.
And I turn to Zed and go, shh. And then the titles.
Right. And the actress who plays Opal McMurphy comes up, and then it boom, and then we get big cello, boom boom, a little bit of the theme, a change, key change, and it gets a little grayer, and then some car kind of zips in, and it says like, "Welcome to Brindlewood Bay," or "You're now entering Brindlewood Bay." Up and over the hill, we see the coast. Bum, bum, bum. Right. So there we start our mystery, and we start with. All of you at night, it's probably a little after 6 or so, and you are in. Pardon me, I got lots of screens going. Hold on a second. You're in the Candlelight Booksellers, and in the Candlelight Booksellers, it's a bit of like. I don't know if you know Borderland Books, but it's a cafe as well as a good esoteric bookstore, and it's in the middle of downtown Brindlewood Bay, and I'll let you all kind of describe what kind of places like, but this is where you all meet up in the for the Murder Mavens Mystery Book Club, and camera pans around. And we get to an area where you all meet, and it's kind of, they provide you with a loft there. We said you've been around a bit. You've solved a few murders and other mysteries, and so people are kind of knowing you and give you not only because of that, but because you've created this mystery book club that you all belong to. So I'm going to go around so we can fill in the plays. Opal, what's in this loft that you or maybe some of the others have brought in to stamp it out to make it like this is the Murder Mavens Mystery Book Club loft?
I have brought in some some like lace knit doilies. And little cakes.
Oh, I want a little.
Sorry,
I should have bought so many little cakes for me for this thing. I would be eating on camera all the time.
Little cucumber sandwiches. Opal's not even. She's actually been to England, but she loves the cucumber sandwiches.
Oh yeah. She loves the idea of high tea. And yes. she's having it at 6:30 at night.
No idea how to actually do it.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. And Sybil, in the loft, what did either you bring or others bring, or basically what does the audience see to let them know that this is the loft for the Murder Mavens?
There are 2 food dishes, one for Noel and one for Herbert. And Opal has made some embroidered seat covers for all of our chairs with our names embroidered in them.
Yes.
That's
perfect. God, yes.
Mine like very brightly colored.
Such clashing color. All right, cute little bowls for them. So we'll say that maybe they're scampering around, or maybe kind of flump down somewhere in there. Ruby, your turn. What's inside this place?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Were you lost in the loft?
Yeah.
Me too. I was there with cake and
right there. The cakes, the dogs running around, so cute.
Well, they're custom poofs.
Mm-hmm.
Ruby has outfitted the lodge with an entire first edition set of the Gold Crown mysteries.
Ooh.
They're this like beautiful addition, and there's room for more because of course we always hope. What's the name of the author? Robin.
So Amanda Delacourt is the
the main character. Anyway, we're always hoping that Robin will write more of them, so there's sort of space for more. But there's this like beautiful, and occasionally new people will join the murder mavens, but until they solve their first case, they're sort of like gently discouraged from touching the gold crown.
Yeah.
You can't touch them until you've like really joined the ranks, until you put someone behind bars. Not really.
We have one member that has either gone missing or was killed a few cases ago, and so now we have an empty chair just for
I like that.
That's tragic. Yeah, absolutely.
Empty chair. Anybody have a name for this retiree?
Her name was Gladys.
Gladys.
Okay, for Gladys.
Oh, Gladys.
She was the best of us.
She was the one who kept us all together.
Maybe she was the first who
Fullest,
Mhm.
I mean, not anymore, but she did.
What was that? What did you say? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Oh, she lived life to the fullest.
She lived life to the fullest,
but not anymore.
Yeah,
but not anymore.
Yeah.
Now she's dead.
Yeah, Gladys was the pluckiest out of all of you. Maybe she was the first who kind of proposed this idea, and
She was also very she was a short little thing, very plucky.
She was Amanda.
They never found a body.
Right. That is the mystery yet to be solved. There's always, in any great mystery show, there's some strange mystery off that's like the mega plot out there that for some reason the main character is not bothering to solve yet. You're like, is the trauma too much? Like, you're solving like 900 other mysteries. You're just casually going about this one. So Maxine,
yes.
What do we got in there?
I think Maxine would want to make sure there was some like a nice espresso machine, like an old Italian that can make steam, and you can make tea with it, but you can also kick in some nice espresso, and we also have a little booze kind of stashed away. But of course, we're all just drinking tea for the most part. So just sort of have that all set up. And
right. Do you have in the kind of like booksellers, because they've got like, say, is there a little like mini cafe, and is there like a barista that kind of helps you make?
No, this would be our own. This would be like kind of hooked into the system. Like, we don't get the coffee from downstairs.
Right. Yeah.
I think Ruby pulls a mean espresso. Like she's
Ruby's like the barista of the group.
She's happy to do it for anyone anytime.
Awesome.
Right. I'll make it with no problem. Really.
Right.
I'll steam the milk. Everything. Don't worry.
She loves the art, the foam art, the latte art. She's like, that's a chrysanthemum.
I can like the idea of doggy. What do you want? Kitty, doggy. Those are my only options today.
I like the idea of the barista sometimes coming up to use our stuff because our coffee is better.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And they're just like, ladies, can I help with can I use this?
Oh, honey, that's bitter. Try again.
Right.
You want scones? Bring us scones and you can have some coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Got a little exchange program going.
That little cake. Why do you want her scones?
That's right.
Your cakes are better than our scones.
That's true.
we make our own scones.
I hate giving the coffee away for free.
It is good coffee.
Yeah, they do let us come here anytime we want.
Right.
That's true.
So you are all kicking back up in the loft, decorated as such. The little doggies are there, asleep. It's a little after 6, and there is up to the loft. Is it a? I worry because you're little old ladies. Is it a spiral staircase? Is it on the ground floor? Like what do we what do we have? So I don't fear for you busting a hip or anything. But I mean, I will have a Cthulhuoid monster kill one of you, maybe. But I'm worried about your hip.
a dramatic staircase that comes down really long and wide, like in a bigger department store, like a full kind of semicircle of stairs that go. So you can sort of roll. I mean, if we were all wearing like fabulous dresses, we could just make an appearance. That kind of thing.
Like a big velvet rope at the bottom, and nobody's allowed up, and none of the book patrons know why.
Right, they don't know why. The barista knows why. Like they can come up because their office is near there, but they're like, well, it's for the mavens.
They're good handrails, though. The staircase, like it's very sturdy, good handrails, so we don't have to worry about, we don't have to worry about anyone tripping or falling, broken hands.
We made sure to put that in there. Yeah, probably the owner was like, put the good handrails. I don't want any of these crazy, wacky ladies suing us for anything.
OSHA compliant.
Yeah. So, and you hear coming up what is probably like the dark wooden stairs, the kind of plodding, ponderous, I don't want to do this, footsteps of Sheriff Wyman Dalrymple, and he's like you can hear him halfway, like, okay, all right, they probably know, and he comes up. And he is everything of a coastal small town sheriff. He is casual clothing, plaid shirt, woolen knit, square tie. He's got the bird dog hunter hat on, tweed jacket with the elbows, loafers, super comfortable loafers, because he is paunchy. He looks hangdog even when he's happy. Like his face is just and
his badge, but it's a little askew.
Yeah, right. And he's up there. He's like, ladies, how are you? How are you this evening?
Sheriff, it's nice to see you again.
It's always good to see you. It's always good to see you, ladies.
Would you like an espresso or a little cake?
Ooh.
Ruby makes the espresso just like you like it.
Yeah, why don't you sit down? Just have a seat and we'll talk.
Well,
we're all like trying to grandmother him, like
right. And he comes up. Yeah, he's not as old as some of you, but he's up there, and he's probably not admitting he should be retiring soon. But and he says, "Well, as long as I'm not bothering you, let me down. Are those
no, never.
Are those cucumber sandwiches?
They are.
Yes, dear. Would you care for some?
Just like one. I'll get one. I already. The missus already had meatloaf on, so I'm gonna.
Oh, you never can just have one.
Sure, I would say 1 to 3 max.
Oh yeah.
What's the sheriff's name?
William. It is Wyman Dalrymple.
Wyman, I'll pull you an espresso. What brings you up to the loft?
Well, Ruby, I don't know if you heard. 2 nights ago, we fished the body out of the bay of that rich financier. He's got the he's got the spring home here. They come out for a couple weeks. It's Albert Krause. Unfortunately, they say he went over middle of the night over the rails, but there's something a little, pardon the pun, fishy. Yeah, you're right. And he doesn't even realize he's already grabbed 2 more cucumber sandwiches. He's like, you're right, Opal, you're right. Look, I'm a little. I'm getting dragged here. I can keep them for the weekend. I can keep the family for the weekend here because I feel like something's amiss about this. But sooner or later, I'm gonna have to let him go if I can't find anything of foul play. And look, I'm searching, but I'm a little against the fence here.
We'll start from the beginning. What happened?
They say they were doing karaoke. He'd been a little in the cups, and over the edge he goes. But I looked, and we don't got a coroner here. We're a small town. We don't got a coroner and morgue. And Etienne Beauregard, the fishmonger, he's keeping the body until they can have him shipped up to the transported to the city. The attorney's on his way, but I got to cover all the bases. I can't just let him go. We can't let him go sailing off. And but yeah, something's a little off.
Who's they, dear? Who reported this dastardly crime?
Well, the family reported him missing. The Krauses, his wife Amanda Kraus. He was out here on vacation with all the kids, Sarah, David, Emily, and said he didn't show up. He wasn't in the bed in the morning. They looked all around the boat, and it's a hell of a boat. It's 152 feet. That's a hell of a boat.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's the Regal Lady, top-notch yacht there. But we searched for a while, and lo and behold, body was in the water. Are those cakes?
It's dreadful.
Are those what cakes are those?
Oh yes, have a piece, and I'll.
This one's a prince cake. Oh, it's got the little marzipan on the top and the white cake with a little raspberry filling. I made those.
This is so delicious.
Well, I can't just. I got to try both just to see which ones I like. if you don't mind, is that?
No, of course not.
We'll do a taste test.
He's kind of he does the thing that my nieces and nephew did. They already have it in their hand, and they're like, "You don't mind? Can I?" It's already on the plate, eating it. Yeah, can I have this? Is that?
Ruby, if you've made his espresso already, I've taken out my flask and dropped a little bit of Kahlua in it.
He's like, well, yeah, I'm almost ready to call it a night. I got to get home to the missus, so I guess I'll just do like a little, just a topper.
Dad, how old are his poor children?
Oldest Sarah is. I mean, he kind of looks at his notes. Oldest Sarah's 41. And youngest Emily's 22, and then we've got David. David's 29.
That's just too young to be without a father.
Yeah, it's a hell of a shame. He's a pretty good guy,
Is anybody else on the boats?
Yeah. Let's see here. We had. No, he says crew was given the night off, but their butler Stanley was on hand for anything they needed.
Ruby looks meaningfully at the other ladies and just says BDI, which is our internal code for the butler did it.
Oh, hush you. Hush.
I'm just saying.
Hey, and he's like, yeah, well, if you can help, look, then he kind of takes his hat off, and it's like, I'm not asking for a helping hand, but maybe if you want to get your noses in this and take a peek around, give me some information. Give me something I can keep this family here with, and before the weekend's up, and that'd be great. Don't solve it. Don't solve it. If you find anything, just let me know. Don't solve it.
We would never dream of solving it yet.
Like 4 times.
I like how he's like telling us not to solve it while stuffing our little cake. Don't.
Right? Yeah. No, he's just like it's like a chipmunk. It's the only time he doesn't look hangdog. It's just like it's filled in there. He's got a very, very Wilford Brimley look to himself, but like Wilford Brimley thing. So like no walrus mustache. He's got the sideburns going. He's got the chops going. I'm getting the diabetes. R.I.P.
So I'll take it you have interviewed this butler already.
Yeah. We talked to him, I talked to him a bit, and I talked to all the family members, and gave it a quick look around, but something is nagging at me, and I can't place it.
Now, Wyman, dear, we will be able to inspect the scene of the crime, won't we?
Yes. Yeah. I told the boys, you might come around for a little bit of a look-see. And
I love a good look-see.
And we're good.
Do they like cakes as well?
I mean, I don't think
the
boys would say no to a cake. You know all the guys out there. We got.
We'll bring them a care package. Everybody loves a little care package.
If we find someone who doesn't like little cakes, they're the one who's done it. I tell you that.
Really?
And he also says that. And he says, yeah, and I told I told the boys that you'd probably be stopping by Etienne's shop, the fishmonger shop, if you wanted to take a look at the body. If anything looks a little.
The body's at the fishmongers?
Yeah, he's helping out as much as he can. He's an old friend of the family, and he said that because we don't have we don't got a morgue, we don't got a coroner here. He pushed aside some of the pollock, some of the cod, some of the bass out the way, and
it's maritime law. The fishmongers are very low on the list. Usually it goes from captain, and fishmongers are really third to last. So it makes sense that he would be responsible for interring the dead.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't defrost the crabs, did he?
No.
Oh,
no. He's got that in separate. Crab season's coming up.
I had a grand party planned for this Friday. Crab is going to be the centerpiece. So.
Yeah, well, like crab cakes is something.
No, we get our hands dirty, dear.
Oh, what? You're doing a boil?
Yes, of course.
Well, I mean, I probably got to work.
Oh, I'm sure you can arrange something.
Just bring the missus.
You are the sheriff, aren't you?
Well, yeah. I'll
consider yourself invited, dear.
Well, I wouldn't want to impose on
you are not imposing, dear.
Of course he'll come, but first we need to, I think we need to go see this body or the boat. We need, Opal's just getting so excited. She's like,
right, just salivating.
The same cookie. Like since the sheriff arrived, just like about to take a bite, and they're like, "Ooh, story time!"
Right.
Maxine says she'll drive.
Since we're in the modern world, you can split up. You got cell phones, so don't worry about like, we need to meet to exchange the same information, or somebody's not gonna don't worry about it. Information gets passed around, so you can split up if you feel the need to, or you can stay all together and go point to point if you'd like to as well.
Kraus, right? You said Albert Kraus?
Albert Kraus, yeah, the financier.
That name rings a bell.
It does, because, and I will now
look online. We'll pull it
pose you an establishing question. Okay. Ruby, you met one of the Kraus children several years ago. What were the circumstances that surrounded that meeting?
Remind me of their names.
It is Sarah is the oldest, David middle, and Emily is the youngest.
I met Emily when she was in high school a few years ago. She was a senior in high school, and she was doing an internship at one of the political campaigns that I was working at, the local city council member. And she'd been, her school required like a certain number of internship hours. But I remember that, her dad had to Kraus called the office and basically offered to make a significant contribution if they would take Emily on as an intern for 6 weeks, so she could like finish this project. I remember her as being unimpressive.
Oh my God!
Not the shining star of the Kraus family.
What's that?
Not the shining star of the Kraus family, dear.
I felt that she coasted a little bit on her father's name.
Ruby, could you? That sounds like you are doing a bit of a meddling move. You're gathering information in the back of your head. So roll me 2 d6s, and it is whatever you believe is the appropriate ability to this. I believe it's probably reason, but however you want to.
I think it'll be reason.
Okay.
Oof. Not great. A 5.
Oh.
Starting out with a non-bang here.
The non-bang. Right. Would you like to put on any one of the crowns in order to make that a hit with a partial consequence?
No, I think it's fine. I'll take my 5 on this.
Okay.
Let's start off with a little bit of some danger.
Danger. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let's put a threat on the table.
All right. So, where is my mystery? I will say you do get that information. You know what? Let's say as you were you just recalling that, or you weren't looking up on the computer or anything?
No.
Okay. You're sitting recalling that and speaking to the ladies about all of this, probably as the sheriff is kind of getting ready and packing up and leaving you all, you remember her not being, skating by on her father's name and all that, and kind of looking down over the balcony of the loft. You see a person buying books, and everybody else is very, very casual, very coastal town, and this person seems to be dressed very, very rich, very several $1,000 suit and whatnot. And but you could swear that along the side of his face, just for an instant, there was these what you thought were tattoos, but it looked like it was coming up in the form of like tentacles, and they were kind of shifting around his face. And then he looks up at the loft at you and smiles, and then when he turns back around, the tattoos are gone. He packs up his books and leaves. So you guys will acquire 1 void clue, and so void clues are more about clues about the cultists or the cult around you, they don't necessarily have anything to do with the mystery involved. Right. It's more the larger scheme of things. So,
Sybil.
Yes, dear.
Did you spike my tea again?
I pull out my pocket watch. Not in the last half hour, dear. Why, would you like a little more?
Sorry, say again?
Would you like a little more?
No, I'm cut off for the night.
Oh. Terribly sorry.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, Maxie.
Let's party.
You are the limit.
Oh, I'll drive, by the way.
Oh, if you can call that driving.
Does it count as driving if you can't do it in a straight line? I forget.
As long as people stay out of my way, then it should be just fine.
They're on the wrong side of the road anyways.
Yes.
Use the whole road.
Right.
It's silly to just use half of it.
Right, our taxes
That's a waste.
go to that space. We need to use all of it. Well, and there's that one turn where I want to see the view and I want to be on the right side, but then and I have to cut over 4 lanes just to get the good
get
view.
all up in it.
Yes.
Yeah. So, right. So, where are you all proposing? So, much like a TV show, it's not going to be like, and we're walking and we're getting in the car. We're just going to kind of smash cut to scenes that you tell me that you would like to pursue. You know.
The fishmonger? You guys want to go to the fishmonger?
Yeah, do we all want to go? Do we want to split up? I'm fine for all of us going.
Let's all go.
Sure.
Now let's all go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think Etienne... Ladies, do you think Etienne is open this late at night? I mean, it is only 6, but...
Well, you know that where his shop is part of a collective. It's almost like, Pike's Place. It's
Sure.
It's a big open touristy piece. You can get or like Pier 39. You can get your shrimp cocktails and all that.
Brindlewood Bazaar.
Yeah, the Brindlewood Bazaar.
That used to be a very lovely park.
Mm-hmm.
I remember.
And then we had this disastrous city council election.
Oh, the zoning commission.
Exactly, the zoning commission.
Ruby starts to go in on it again.
That's cut too.
Right, you're just like coming down the stairs. You're like, I don't know what the mayor was thinking at the time, and you're like, oh god, the dogs are
Zoning commission
chasing after you.
Ruby, Mrs. Chapman, she's got a little on the side.
Did you say Mrs. Chapman?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I keep telling you that this is a zoning council. It's not a court of law. I can't.
Easy there, Ruby. Easy there, Ruby. We've got to focus.
Yes, right. Thank you, Opal.
All I'm trying to say, Ruby, if you wish to steer the opinions of the zoning commission one way or another,
one day I'll resort to slander, but not yet.
It's not slander, dear. It's just truth. All in how you present it.
Is it though? Is it?
I don't understand what's wrong with good old-fashioned blackmail. I mean,
smash cut.
They smash cut. Right. As soon as Opal mentions
we're still
blackmail.
We're still having this discussion at Etienne's. Like we're in the shop and we're.
Oh, right. Yeah. It's coming down.
You and I are in the back.
Yeah.
So it's we're at the Brindlewood Bazaar. There's lots of fun shops. There's lots of places to eat. A lot of open air market, and it's got kind of the like the Edison bulb string lights in jars. So it's all very, very nice and fun. There's probably, I'm sure, a driftwood shop, and and. Someplace you definitely can buy turquoise, and it's a coastal town, which place, and you're there at the we kind of gets you there as you're kind of trundling along with the little doggies, and people are kind of having their shrimp cocktails and yelling, and you see Etienne there. He's a big boisterous man, salt and pepper hair, big beard and mustache, and in the fishmonger wear, he's got the he's got the kind of rubber slicked apron that is clean enough, but you can never get him fully clean when you're working around fish. He's got the wellies, he's got the boots on and everything, and he's just he's kind of holding up he's holding up a prize fish. He's holding up no, a grouper would be too big, but we'll say it's like a yellow tail, but a small yellow tail. And he says, "Oh, the prize of the sea, Poseidon has brought me." And he goes into this big, long Shakespearean thing, and people eating their shrimp cocktail. They're like, "Oh," because they're just visiting Brindlewood from smaller places, and he catches your eyes, and he continues kind of speaking and saying this. Ladies, which one of you does Etienne concentrate on the most? He does have an eye for one of you.
I think probably me with my
he always leave it to the machismo guy to guess wrong as to. So he starts. He goes in and starts reciting this poem. He's speaking. Let's not make him French. He's Basque, and he's speaking Basque, some sort of poem about the sea and whatnot towards you, Opal. Thinking he's being romantic, but he is holding a giant dead fish near you. But it's
waving it around for emphasis.
Yeah. He's kind of speaking the poetry and using the fish as kind of like, and it travels from the sea and moves with such scintillating body movements. Miss Opal, how are you?
Fish needs a bicycle.
Oh, lovely. This is a lovely fish you have.
The best ever.
The best fish ever?
Oh, of course. Etienne's market will give you the best fish ever. What is it that you need, Miss Opel?
We'd like to see a body, please.
People eating shrimp cocktail like.
Yeah, we understand you have a body of the non-fish variety.
Yes, ladies. Yes, ladies. And he says, boys, Scotty, take over. And he chucks the tuna into his arms. And doesn't even, he's not white. He's got like a towel that's been wiped 90 times today with the same fishy hands. And yes, this way. And he sticks out his arm for Opal to loop her hand into.
I smack it.
I, however, do not miss the opportunity, and I will hook my arm.
Nice.
The bacon switch.
I trundle on in front of him.
I put myself between Opal and him.
Yeah. The little dogs are stepping around. Mm-hmm.
What?
I take Ruby's arm.
We go arm in arm.
Meanwhile, I move to the back and start looking at the body.
Okay. He takes you into the cold room, and probably even before then, he has the dehydrated salmon skins, which he gives to the dogs, which I'm sure they love. It's good for the coat. And opens up the cold room, heads towards the back. Just fish. It's a cold fish, huge cold fish, just moving past all of this. And but past all of that and much cleared away, it's not like he threw it on top of a stack of fish. It has its own little area. And he says, there he is. There's my friend. And he says, sorry, I wanted to make sure I got his name right because there's a lot of A names in here. There's a lot of Andrews and Amandas.
Albert, right?
It's Albert.
Alfonso.
He says, Albert. Well, ladies, I'm going to go back to work. Let me know if you need anything. anything. He, he actually kisses all of your, tries to kiss all of your hands.
Etienne, how's the salmon today?
Magnifique.
Ooh.
Anything for you, Miss Sybil?
Perhaps once we're done here, my sweet Etienne.
He kind of does the wizard bow and
Maxine
heads
looks at
out.
Opal and just sighs with her, just like, oh my god.
But yeah, he keeps he goes because he knows that. I'm sure your dogs are outside. He doesn't really want the dogs in the go room with this, so he's going outside to be with everybody. So there you are. There you four are with, and you know it's not a coroner's office. He's dressed. it's not a nude body of Albert. And yeah, he's there. He's maybe probably about your age. And a salt and pepper curly hair, full head of hair. In fact, his glasses are still on him. Sorry. he's had his captain's hat is in his hands on top of his body, and there he is.
Is he covered in ice or anything, or is he just on a slab?
He's on a slab. Yeah, I mean the cold room he's in will definitely keep him much like some of this solid tuna around you and cod, but yeah, he's just on a slab.
I go over to the body and sort of do that thing where I bend at the waist without bending the rest of me, and sort of have my hands behind my back and peer closer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I say, well, ladies, you know the routine. The first step, determine the cause of death. And I'll also lean in closer, and I'll take out a pair of those little glasses that have a ribbon attached.
Right.
Opera glasses.
Okay.
I poke him with the knitting needle.
Nice. Opal, could you give me a meddling move as you're trying to gather clue?
Okay, how do I do that?
Opal and Sybil, sorry about that. Both of you.
Roll 2d6.
So it's 2d6, and it sounds like you're using your reason to investigate it.
So I would add 1 to my roll?
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I can see an argument for composure if you like.
Oh, composure. Opal, give me composure. I like that one. And Sybil, give me reason.
Okay. I rolled a 10 plus my reason, so that's 11 total.
Okay. And for Opal?
That is a 10.
Ooh.
I'm trying to find the sheet up here just really quickly, but
Sure.
I believe in reason just the same, right? So it's a +1.
Correct. Yeah. If that's what you've got on your.
Yeah, if you didn't
your
spend the extra,
sheet.
by default, it's a +1.
Opal, where did you put your?
Okay, but if by default it's +1, then that's what it is. I have no idea where my sheets.
That's okay.
What did you get your plus? What did you put your +1 in, Opal?
Hold on just a second. I'm trying to find my sheet. It's gone walkabout.
Dingo ate it.
A dingo ate your baby.
Yeah, give me.
But it sounds
Dingo
like you
ate
have
my.
+1.
I put it in the one that's the charisma one.
Oh, presence.
Oh,
Okay.
right. Presence. Mm-hmm.
Presence, yeah.
Yep.
So if it's by default +1 for that, then it's then I got an 11.
Okay. So for Sybil, you are peeking around with your glasses, and you see that Albert's wristwatch, which is a very, very wealthy man's wristwatch and very, very accurate, it seems to be stopped, and which is odd because it probably would be waterproof. And it's stopped, and it is stopped probably what looks to be an hour past when the sheriff had guesstimated when the murder or the accident had taken place.
Okay.
And because you made it on a hit, it's you find a clue and the keeper will tell you what it is. And so your clue is that you find a wristwatch frozen at the wrong time.
Is this is this the kind of watch that would stop working when it was exposed to water? It's like not a waterproof watch.
Yeah, it should be waterproof.
No, it's waterproof.
So like
as
a
far as you can
high-end
tell.
Rolex or something?
Yeah, it's very, very high end.
Takes a licking.
Yeah. And ooh, you know what? And an opal?
Yes.
Yes. Your clue that you find is in his in his captain's hat. You find a torn slip of paper that is looks to be a sequence of numbers.
Oh goodness, ladies, what do you think? What do you think this might be? Oh, what are the numbers? What are the numbers?
I'm gonna make you. Yeah, I'll say that's another meddling move, another gather information.
Could I help on that? Could I do reason? Is that a reason thing?
Yeah, I would say that it would because there's no help action in this. It's one or the other. So which one of you would like to roll on that?
I have +2
You have
reason. So
Yeah,
You have +2. Okay, you do it.
so,
She's
let me look at this.
She's our numbers girl.
This isn't Dewey. This is not Dewey.
No, it's not Dewey Decimal
It's
System.
never Dewey. I know that's always your first guess, but why would you keep?
It
It would just be so much easier if all the criminals used it.
Yeah, it's
that's
there's no more Dewey. Unfortunately, that's all that's long gone.
All right, I'm gonna roll. Let's see what I got there. I got a 9 with the +2,
Okay.
so I didn't
fine.
roll horribly.
So with the 9 on the meddling move, you get there's a complication either with the clue itself or a complication you encounter while searching. The keeper will tell you what the complication is. I will say you're able to establish that it is a looks to be even though it's just written on a plain piece of paper, following it along could be an account. Just by the string of number. And complication A. You know what? Sybil.
Yes. Yeah.
As you're looking at some of the salmon that you will be perusing, you'll be buying. One of them is actually no, not the salmon. The body of Albert. He for just an instant he opens his eyes, and his eyes are fish eyes. And he looks at you and he simply says, the void. And then his eyes are closed.
Whoa.
I put my hand on my chest and I take 3 steps backwards.
Right. I will give you the condition shaken.
Okay.
And I will say shaken is until we clear that up with like a cozy move. We'll say your composure is a bit compromised. So you're rolling with a disadvantage. You'll be rolling 3d6, taking the poorest roll. So taking
Okay.
the least roll.
Okay.
And so I have a couple questions. Did all of us see that, or just Sybil?
Seems to be just Sybil.
Okay.
But
Sybil
see
looks
her reaction.
a bit back, and yeah, you saw her reaction as she
I
put
see.
her hand on her chest and stepped back a bit.
Okay. That's it. Sybil, are you all right?
It must have been a trick of the lights, or part of this mystery. Poor Abbott's eyes opened, I think.
Don't.
Darndest thing. I know he's dead. Yet. And I take my flask out and I take a
Take a
shot.
little sip, and with that, the door opens. The door opens to the co-room, and it's Etienne. He's like, "Ladies, your beautiful furry children, they're getting rambunctious."
Wait, did you say what the numbers were, or do we not get them?
Yes,
I would say, it appears to be an account number, completely ignoring whatever Sybil's going through, just assuming it's just her being silly.
Okay.
Focused on the numbers. It must be a bank account. But whose? His?
He was a rich man, wasn't he?
Well,
One more question.
Yes.
The body is wet, right? The body is like I mean.
By now, because it's been a couple of days, it's frosted. It's cold.
Were we able to see what caused him to die? Did he drown? Were there bruises around his neck? Head injury? Anything?
I will say you can get one last peer into him before Etienne begs you to come out to come get your children. You can hear the dogs yapping and barking a bit. Whoever would like to take a quick gander, if you want to get close enough to the body.
Ruby, you want to jump in? You haven't done one.
Sure, I'll do one. Yeah, Ruby will do a quick first aid. Oh, hey! With my reason, I roll a 13.
Oh,
Wow.
Nice.
Jiminy Christmas! All right, so, oh man, you guys are building up void clues. I guess I've just been throwing void clues at you. Well, I want to throw void clues at you because I want there to be like weird cultists. So on the 12 plus, it says you find a void clue or you learn something about the dark conspiracy of Brindlewood Bay as well as the clue that you were looking for.
Ooh.
What would you like?
I'll take that second one.
Okay.
So I'm Ruby is sort of like investigating the body, trying to determine cause of death. And I'm not sure exactly how to show this on screen, but I assume I think she figures out that the lungs are full of water, right?
Yep.
Maybe she. Oh, you know what? Can I give you both? Can I give you both the clue and the weird thing in the mystery?
Oh no, I give it to you. Sorry about that. Yeah.
So I think Ruby very gingerly kind of presses down on the sternum, and she's water kind of bubbling out, and she's like, this man definitely drowned. He's got water in his lungs.
Right.
There's no other visible sign of distress on the body.
You
unless I find something else.
No. You saw that he did drown, but you also find a contusion at the back of his head. The accident report says he went up and over, and the way they found kind of glass and maybe clothing and whatnot, that he would be going forward over the side, but there is a slight contusion at the base of his neck.
Ladies, someone aggressed upon our poor Mr. Kraus from behind.
I clutch my pearls.
Oh my goodness.
It is murder.
You oh yeah, okay. And you also spot under his kind of full curly hair, that salt and pepper full curly hair of his, a would you have been alive? Yes, yeah, you would have. A a symbol at the underneath his hair, and it is a oh yeah, it's a symbol of like a sunshine, but it's spirally, and so I would give that to you. Okay.
Okay.
It reminds you, or maybe all of you, that during the Summer of Love here in Brindlewood Bay, members of a commune that kept to themselves, only occasionally coming to town for supplies. But people of Brindlewood Bay began to hear rumors that the commune was engaging in some sort of ritual and other dark orgiastic magic. And during that time, a young boy, George Mablethorpe, went missing, and the commune was blamed. And that's funny. And at that time, a very young Wyman Dalrymple, future sheriff of he couldn't be future sheriff. I would say the young Wyman Dalrymple's father, who went on to become the sheriff of Brindlewood County, led citizens on a march to this commune in response. Once there, violence broke out, but no one can say for certain what happened to the hippies. But none have been heard from since, and their facilities were burned to the ground. And George Maplethorpe was never found.
Huh.
And that commune was associated with this symbol?
Yes.
Did the commune members all have this symbol?
Yes. Or some of them would wear it, and like on little makeshift homemade pendants.
Are any of the members still around? If we do a lookup or something, maybe not here, maybe next scene. But
Right.
I think not that we said that all the hippies disappeared, right? Or all the hippies, like...
Well, they were either scattered to the wind, maybe some ran to San Francisco, Monterey, and other places. Their place was kind of sacked and burned to the ground. Not many people who were around at that time are still left or would like to talk about what had happened during that time. And but yeah, they never found a little George Maplethorpe.
poor young boy. I remember those
Poor little
stories.
Georgie.
This is a good place to take a break. Yeah? Marcus,
Yeah.
you want to do another 10-minute?
Well, we want to
5?
stop at about 10, so let's stop for 5 and be back
Okay.
9:35, and we'll go from there.
I mean,
remember
we can crank
the-
through if y'all want to. It's either way.
Remember the clues for the dark conspiracy tend to be an overreaching thing. They may not have anything to do with the case that you're on right now, but because I wanted to give that to you, I'll say his body or he has something to do with the dark conspiracy.
Right.
All right. We'll get back from break. I'll see you in 5.
Okay. And welcome back to
Hello, welcome back.
Brindlewood Bay.
We're finding things about the mystery of this poor Albert who has fallen to his death, maybe. Fallen overboard and drowned, but maybe he was gone before he even hit the water. And a little bit of the dark history of Brindlewood Bay, but now we want to try to pursue this thing. So, where should we cut to next? I assume that Sybil's going to have in her arms a big old thing of big old thing of salmon,
Wrapped in newspaper.
wrapped in paper.
Not for you, Herbert. Not for you. For the dinner party.
Yeah, he's getting used to that salmon skin. He's gonna be a little tubby guy. Right. Where else would you all like to go to? I mean, it could be the same night, could be the next day. It was night, so we'll say it was probably like getting to be about 9 now.
We could each go home and have our own little.
Right.
Weirdness.
Shall we head home, or do you ladies want to head to the boat? I, for one, am itching to see the scene of the crime.
We can get to the boat, dear. Yes, that would be lovely.
Let's do it.
All right.
Perfect.
We're gonna head into the boat. Right. So we cut to Maxine's Mini Cooper Jackie. Pulls up.
There it is, the regal lady.
And steps out. Yes, and it's the regal lady, and it is beautiful, but it is an eyesore in this bay of like smaller sailing boats and whatnot. And there's just this 152-foot yacht.
This is so gauche. Oh.
Right.
New money, darling.
It is new money.
I don't know. Imagine the four of us traveling the seas. We could have adventures.
Oh, Maxine, sweetie, you are a peach. What a lovely thought.
Let's not get ahead
Dear,
of
what color
ourselves.
do you think you'd paint the hull?
Like wallpaper, really?
Yeah. And you and we've got you all making your way down to the pier. I will say that. See, in the original mystery, it's like the family's kind of quarantined onto the boat. But I'm like, why would you make a crime scene, a place where you keep possible suspects? So they're probably in their vacation home. So we'll say that the boat is empty and it's kind of yours to roam around. Sheriff Darwimple had told the boys that you'd be coming through. So there's probably 2 patrol officers who would be there on the pier on this lonely night.
Didn't you get a vision about Darwimple's father at some point? I wonder if we can ask him.
Oh, it's more of a the symbol kind of sparked off a reading memory of the history of the town of Brindlewood Bay.
But I wonder if the Wyman the sheriff would maybe know something about the stories from back then.
Might.
If we know that.
He might. He's home you cut to Darwimple, just a plate of meatloaf and and veggies. Watching TV. He's probably watching Hardcastle and McCormick or something.
Half a cake wrapped in a napkin from the loft.
Yep. Yeah. He's sneaking it in for dinner as the missus is like.
Yep.
She's like, Daryl, you sure you don't want any ice cream? He's like, no, honey. Shoving the cake in his mouth.
He usually wants a thing of ice cream.
It's funny, he doesn't ever have decaf at home.
Yeah.
And if you got that reference, welcome to being very old.
What?
I just have good taste.
That's right. Good taste. So what shall we do? We'd say like, yeah, we're taking you as you're coming, down the ramp onto the pier. You see the patrol officers there. The two of them assigned to kind of watch over the entrance of the regal lady.
Did the butler have a particular like room or space that was his own? Do I know that?
I would think so. I would say that Sheriff would give you a rundown, and it is a yacht that sleeps 12 comfortably.
Jesus.
Yeah, I looked up the Queen Anne yacht just to give me an idea of being like a good sized luxury yacht, and it's like it sleeps 12. I mean, it's like it has 9 staterooms, so but it can sleep 12, and it's got a crew and all that. So, but yeah, I would think he would definitely have his own his own room.
I would like to go. I got a feeling about this. Like we said. What was the acronym you used, Alexei?
PbtA.
Yeah. Just in case, why don't we go take a look-see in the servants' quarters?
Are the dogs in the car, or are they with you right now?
Oh,
there must be a room for them. There must be a dog.
Herbert goes wherever I go.
Okay, good. It was like some kind of druid Dr. Doodle thing. We've got the macaw. We've got the 2 dogs.
The cat.
A cat.
The cat is there. An elephant seal comes up off this knee. He's like, "Hey, do you want it?"
Like your ladies doing?
Hello.
Ladies, I think I'm going to go speak to whatever passes for a harbor master around here. I wonder if there haven't been some irregularities with the ship. The 3 of you have fun searching the crime scene. Bye. And Ruby walks off in the other room.
Ladies, I am interested in perusing Mr. Krause's room. So while you're looking in the butler's stateroom, I'm going to look at his.
Right, the boys, the patrolmen, take their cakes and they let you on up. Alexei, you head over to, or sorry, Ruby, you head over to. Yeah, I mean the harbor master would definitely be, not live too far. I mean, he's right there. Yeah.
And I'll talk to Wyman a bit while everyone's.
Oh, you're gonna head over to the sheriff's home?
Well, I thought he was there. I thought he was introduced.
No.
Oh, okay. He's back at home. Oh,
he left. He said,
never mind.
"Ladies, find some things for foul play. Don't solve it." And I'm gonna be home with the missus. It's meatloaf. It's meatloaf Friday. I could get over there, and I could get to the house.
Oh, then I'll just go in the decks and kind of walk around and enjoy
kind of inspect,
get a sense of what it was like to be on this yacht and. Put myself there.
Picture yourself there. I see you're grounding yourself. You're putting yourself in the shoes of Albert Krause,
walking to the place where he was, and sort of.
Yeah, we're doing that profiler thing where you're like, I'm in the head.
If there's a captain's hat I can put on, that would be great.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So. Let's go to Alexei first. Let's go Ruby. You go to the harbor master's area. He's actually probably still up, having a little coffee. It's Willem Dafoe from The Lighthouse. No, it's not. Why'd you spill your beans? But he's at the harbor. The harbor master's there. You can.
Knock.
Hit on the little his little knocker. He opens up. Yes, I help you.
Yes, actually, I am asking some questions about the giant yacht that you have parked in the harbor.
Oh yeah.
I'm a sort of a deputy, you could say.
He kind of looks at you up and down, and he's like,
Yes, that's right. A deputy. I've been deputized. You can tell from this smashing power suit that I'm wearing.
ah, yes. So you have the power suit on.
I
Okay.
do have the power suit on. I was wondering, how would it be possible to know the full complement of passengers who were aboard ship? I'm sure. I believe that Krause and his family were there. They're domestic, but what about the crew? Who all was on the ship during the event?
Well, and he kind of is looking through his paperwork a bit, and give me some meddling.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to do meddling with presence.
Okay.
And I'm relying on my power suit.
Right. He's like, that's a hell of a shoulder pads you got there, lady.
This is the worst roll.
Isn't it?
I rolled a 1, a 1, and a 2. So
Oh my god!
Wow.
even with advantage, I have bupkis. I have very bad.
Maybe you should use the crown.
Yes. Would you like to use either the crown of the queen or the crown of the void in order to bump it up to a hit with a complication?
I think first you're supposed to narrate what happens if I
If you miss.
if I
Right.
really mess
Okay.
this up.
So, right. This guy, you get halfway in the door and you're speaking about crew and whatnot, and he looks at you and you get a sense that one, it's late, and two, you are he senses you're meddling. You're not
Right.
It's like deputized by the sheriff Darwimple, and it's not so subtle that he says look, sorry lady, look, they've asked me all the questions that need to be asked. You let Sheriff Darwimple know, like, if he needs anything from me, I want to see a warrant. And he ushers you out quickly, closing the door. And with that, I want cultist activity. so with that, you notice before the door closes that he has naval tattoos, and on one of those tattoos is a bastardization of the sun spiral symbol, but it's not a sun. It almost looks like it comes up from an anchor, and it almost looks like a like if you tribal versioned an octopus. It's kind of swimming around that way, and it's almost like an octopus and an orchid, like it's opening up. But you could see it just for like an instant on the sleeve here as he's clunk closing the door.
I'm gonna accept that. I'm gonna accept that.
Yeah, because you hear it lock, and he's like clunk.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put a crown on.
Okay, gotcha. You just all right. I'm gonna write down though, Harbor Master.
Yeah.
Because now that you've started to unlock history of Brindle Bay, you start putting down, like, you start adding dark conspirators to like who could possibly be somebody of the larger cult mystery versus like the smaller mystery. So basically what this is the darker mysteries are like you guys are stumbling on to the darker mysteries versus solving the other things. So it's happening around you as opposed to you're influencing it. And he closes that, locks it. Let's cut to Sybil and oh no, Sybil, you're in one room. Opal, you're in the butler's room, correct?
Right.
Yep.
Let's go with Opal.
Right.
It is a it's to say it's a modest room on this kind of thing is a lie, because even the butler's room is really, really nice. It's a beautiful carpeted mahogany decked out room with I mean, he probably has his stuff that he needs for his regular clothes and stuff to change into, but most of his stuff is kept here. And you're in looking around. What are you doing?
I'm straight snooping. Opals be snooping. I am. Is there like a desk or drawers? Is it more of an office or more of a bedroom?
More of a bedroom. Yeah, his
Okay.
is definitely more of a bedroom.
So I'm like looking underneath the bed. I'm looking in the dresser drawers. If there's anything on top of the dresser, I'm looking at that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, let's look around for some clue. We're yeah, it's a meddling move.
Okay.
I should have had you guys like break into the boat, but there's no breaking into this boat with policemen.
Okay.
God, I should have. That's it. Never mind.
Meddling with
Yeah, give me meddling.
reason?
Yeah.
Okay. That is a 6 + 1, so that's because it's with reason. Okay, so 7.
It's how you were, how you narrated it, and it sounds like you were using reason to kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. So. You are able to kind of get into the closet, look around, get into his drawers, look around, but you do come across a. Yeah, you come across one drawer that is that has a underneath some other clothes that has it's about the size of like a cigar box, and it has a small lock onto it, and it's the only thing that you can't have access to. Everything else you can kind of open up, go through drawer and cabinets and whatnot.
I hold it up for the parrot to sniff. Like, I don't really expect him to do anything, but I just interact with him in that way.
Right. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be clue. Smells like Nyarlathotep. I didn't say that.
It's a locked cigar box?
No, it's about the shape of a cigar box. So it's a small, thin box. It's not like a big jewelry box or anything. It's just a small, what would be private enough for maybe like the size of like papers or like documents and things like that. And but it is locked.
Okay, I'm gonna take out my my wine key.
And nice.
Try to like wiggle it in the lock in there.
Right. So now we're at a night move. Sorry, this is the first time I'm running it, so I'm making up a lot of this stuff. You are jimmying this, and so a night move is when you do something risky or face something you fear. This is more like something risky. Name what you're afraid that what will happen if you fail or if you lose your nerve. I will tell you how it may be worse than you fear, or you can choose to back down or go for it. And if you go through with it, roll with appropriate ability. And this one sounds more like vitality because you're using some sort of dexterity with this. So what do you think what would happen if you fail this?
What I would fear would happen is, gosh. I mean, I think if there's anything gross or macabre inside, I would, that would be bad. But I think I don't know if it'd be a conscious fear, but if something like very sad was inside, like something very sad and personal to the butler, and then I felt like I had intruded horribly. And I would feel terrible that I thought that he had anything to do with it, So, but I don't think that's conscious, but if that were to happen, that would make me feel the worst.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. That I would love that for a very cozy mystery. It's not just like something spy horrible. It's more like, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's very human. And I'm supposed to describe how it could possibly be worse, but you know what? I'm gonna do a little blades in the dark thing, and I'm gonna throw it to one of the players. Badger, could you tell me what would happen that would actually be worse if she fails to open this up?
If she fails to what?
If let's see, worse of fear. Right. If she either fails to open, like if she rolls a fail, what's something worse that could happen than finding something in here that would make her feel sad or melancholy towards the implication towards the butler?
What were you searching again?
It's like a little lockbox.
That you, instead of when you're trying to jimmy open the lock to the lockbox, if your knitting needle breaks.
Oh, the wine key.
The wine
key.
The wine key would snap.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
It not only prevents you from getting into the lockbox, but now you've broken your key.
Yeah. So you've broken your wine key. So one of your cozy little items that we established would be gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to go through with it, or would you like to put the box away, or bring the box to the rest of the mavens?
I gotta go through with it. I'm far too impatient to bring it to the
Yeah, she is. Go for it, Opal.
So is this just straight roll, or is there anything added to it?
You would be rolling your 2d6. It's something physical, so I'm going to say it's your vitality.
Okay, so I don't have any.
So it'd just be a straight roll then.
Yeah, just be a straight roll.
Okay.
All right. Mama needs a new set of clues. That's a 7.
Okay. So it is, you do it or you hold steady, but there's a complication or a cost. The keeper describes what it looks like. So I would say that you pop it open, you don't break your wine key, but it slips off the case and cuts your hand open, if that's all right. If not, then we can...
Oh, sardines. Crocodiles. I never swear. I just name different.
That's right.
Cuss word.
Cheese and rice.
Yeah.
Some of it itches.
We never show.
Front door.
So yeah, it slips off, but it opens, and half of your joy is taken away by it cutting across. It is a very sharp wine key, and you are ooh yes sir. I'm going to give you. Let's see. I'm going to give you this clue. Some of the paperwork is just his personal stuff, but you find a yeah. Oh, Stanley, why would you do that? You find a picture in it, and it is a picture that is on the beach. It looks like family pictures. And you can't quite place where this is. It's not here in Brindlewood, but The whole family is there, and the closer you look at the picture, you see everybody waving, but in the background, you see what you could swear is more shorter length, slightly shaven Etienne on that same beach, and the picture looks like he is looking at the family. And let's get a little more. The picture looks like he's looking at the family, and everybody's smiling, and looking at the picture. But Amanda Krause, the wife, her head is cocked, and she is looking at Etienne.
Oh.
I slip it in my pocket as if someone's watching, but no one's watching. I just like to seem sneaky. And
it's just this moment on camera which is
the parrot is mimicking my motions.
right. Yeah, both of your head, like your head turns this way, and its head turns that way, and then you turn this way, and then nod, and then take the thing away.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know Ruby's at the Harbor Masters, so I'm gonna go find who's closer to me, Sybil or Maxine. I guess
yeah, one of the two. I'd say Sybil or Maxine, and then I'll you let me know. I'm gonna cut to one of them very soon.
Okay.
Maxine was with you, Opal.
You what?
You were gonna go to the Albert's place. Room,
yeah, I thought you were in Albert's room.
She's in the butler's room. And I'm
right, I go to find Maxine.
Okay. What room are you in, Opal?
She was in the butler's room. She was in Stanley, the butler's room.
Okay.
Which is now has a little blood in it.
Yeah.
So I'll cut to Sybil, and Sybil, you said you were going to Albert's room,
right?
And so far we've picked up 3 clues in this 5-piece mystery. So, you are roaming around Albert's room, and it's luxurious. Or Amanda's room. It's big, it's luxurious, it's ostentatious, and what are you doing?
The first thing I do is that I look around, and then I lay down on the bed. just for a few moments.
You have never, ever laid into anything like this. Closest is probably a sensory deprivation tank. It is holding you. It is blanket. It is clutching you. Oh, it's beautiful. It's a California King, and you don't know if it's a purple mattress. Like, it's not, obviously. It's some ridiculous mattress.
I pat the side of the bed next to me, and Herbert jumps up on the bed and just lays there.
Just little corgi flop down.
Yep. Big smile on his face.
Yeah.
And then I reluctantly get up and I start looking through. Well, first I go to the closet, of course, because I really got to see what Amanda wears.
And you probably have heard plenty of rumor about Amanda, and where she's been in her life and whatnot, and. Yeah, she took, the basics of the clothes that you need, or she made probably Stanley, the butler, take. So, and what's in here is probably the things that she's like, oh, I don't need that. But you're like, oh, my God. Like, this is beautiful. Like, this is just like ridiculous, Balenciaga.
Versace.
I love Versace. And I'm a dancer, and it's odd to think it's on a boat, but it is a massive walk-in closet.
After I pick my job off the floor, I'll start going through the clothes and especially the pockets.
Oh, all right.
You must have like a collection of purses too, so I'll rummage through those.
Ooh, okay. Right, then I will go ahead and say, yeah, that's a meddling move. You're gathering some information that way. You're not trying to
Okay.
steal nothing. Maybe.
Maybe.
All right. Yeah, I think it's reason. I mean, I'm asking you, what do you think as far as your stats would go?
Yeah, I think reason
Yeah.
makes sense.
Okay. So 2d6 with that.
Okay. 7 total.
Okay. No problem. So there's a complication either with the clue itself or a complication you encounter while searching. The keeper will tell you what the complication is. Ba-ba-bum. I think the complication is that, you know, the patrolmen are fine, but they wouldn't give you the full run of the. They wouldn't let you be there all night. So I think after a while we'll just cut to like outside them finishing up the cakes. They see Ruby kind of walking up and talking with her, and then they start to head in. So the only complication is that the audience knows is that the patrolmen would be coming to kind of shoo you ladies off the boat in a little bit. So
Okay.
but you do find a clue. And let's see. In my long list of clues, yes, girl. You find a in one of her larger purses, there is a folded up guest list, and for an upcoming Krause family party, and it's in her writing, and then crossed out in a different color pen is a name that's been conspicuously crossed out.
Yeah. Can I read the name?
Yeah, I already said what the complication is, so I wouldn't. I should have been like, oh yeah, no, you can't. It's crossed out, but it is Etienne Beauregard.
Interesting.
And you know, like by gossiping and whatnot, yeah, like probably going to many weddings and all that stuff. You know, this stuff's important. You know, like social events are especially of this caliber of people are you know, it's courtly intrigue, and so to see somebody's name stricken from the board in a very different ink, so it might not even be from her, is serious.
Yes. Poor Etienne. He was looking forward to ascending that social ladder, but apparently he had other ideas. Oh.
Cut to your corgi just still not getting off the bed, asleep at this time. It's gonna burrowed its way under the silk blanket.
I'm gonna have to scoop Herbert up, carry him out.
Oh, Herbert's gonna be so pissed off. So mopey. Oh no. Maxine, we'll cut to you outside. You get a sense that you see the patrol officers talking to Ruby, and then turning their backs to come up. And I'll cut to you, Ruby, in a second if you want to do anything to try to stop them from halting a little bit of this investigation. But for now, Maxine, you are there. You're getting a sense of Albert's positioning, kind of going about some of the things that the sheriff had talked to you about. Yeah, that, you know, that other people would be watching the show being like, did they talk about that? And the writers would be like, yeah, they talked about that. So you're
she has the report that she like kind of, maybe picked up that has like some of the details. You can maybe...
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You've got a little bit of the report in your hand. Yeah. You're reading through and following the footsteps and whatnot. So, so what are you doing next?
I want to take, like, if it says that he waited and had drinks, and look at the moment when he would have said goodbye and where he would have been, and try to imagine, like, supposedly other people left, and just make sure that it's consistent with that, and then maybe get a sense of physically walk to where supposedly he was pushed off the boat, or whatever information they have. I don't know if there's anything laid out, any chalk marks, or it might be a mystery about where he fell, but or if they don't know yet, maybe I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Or whether he fell at all.
Oh, I like it. I am going to propose some things for you here.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea that you're either using your reason or your sensitivity. You're using your
reason makes sense to me.
Your know-how or your instinctual guts, your spiritual oomph.
Mm-hmm.
To get into his mind,
Sure. Yeah, reason would normally be her go-to, but this would be kind of a mix of that. There's definitely a sense of like trying to profile and get in his head. So, sure.
I won't make it an occult move. It doesn't seem like like you're trying to possess the spirit of him.
So that would be composure, or is that
sensitivity?
Sensitivity. Okay. Well, mine's a -1, so I'll try and hope I do well. I got an 11, so that's a 10.
Nice.
That's perfectly fine.
Woo!
Jeepers creepers. You guys are just stacking up the clues here with these dice rolls. So you totally do the profiler thing, where you're, the camera's kind of cutting around and,
like drums flying
he's finishing up singing, Why Do We Get Drunk and Screw? And, he's like, and he's on the phone. And let's see. Let me get some clues as to this. Gosh, all these clues are very physical clues, and so
that might lead her to physical clues. She walks.
Right. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Oof. Yes. I'm gonna throw this in there. You find under a deck chair, or not even a deck chair, I think because I looked at the pictures of the yacht, there's actually fucking bolted in sofas. You find under this ridiculously expensive bolted sofa, his cell phone. The cell phone that he made his last call to.
Ooh.
And you trace it back, and it looks to be like the phone call was made right after receiving a few texts from what looks to be his attorney.
Oh.
And
Does it mention his account number? Does it mention his bank account?
No, but it does actually. And the clue that I'm giving you is instructions to his lawyer to cut Amanda and his youngest daughter,
Sarah?
Emily out of the will. Out of the will. Like change his will.
Interesting. But not David or Sarah.
No. Yeah. So the clue is, to cut those two out of the will.
Well,
And thank God you're here, because these patrolmen and Sheriff Darwimple missed a fucking cell phone underneath a couch. And you kind of have that in your hand, and we cut to Ruby. You are coming up to these patrol officers who are just kind of wiping cake off their fingers and sandwiches, and they see you, and they say, "Sorry, Miss McMurphy, but the sheriff said we'd give you a couple minutes, but that's about it. I'm gonna have to get your friends on out of there."
I hear you. Trust me, I hear you. But before you go, I need to talk to you about this very important wetland restoration project. And Ruby just like starts talking about this like really complex like coastal restoration project. And every time they try to leave, she's like, no, but wait, there's more to this. See, it's very, very complex. And she's just like talking and talking. And
right.
talking
Yeah. Just like ebbing that time a bit. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So give me it's I think it's a night move. You're doing something slightly risky.
It's true.
They're not going to shoot you, so it's they're doing something risky.
Please stop, Becky.
What do you know about that plan? The mayor's on the take. And so it is. You will name me something that you're afraid of that will happen if you fail this roll or lose your nerve to go through with this. And then I will tell you how it could be worse than you fear. But as I did before, I'll probably turn it over to somebody to elaborate on.
Yeah, I think my fear is that they will chase people off before we can find a vital clue.
Okay. So we'll say that this is happening before some of these clues are in play, and so
nice.
If you fail in this, maybe I'll take away one of the clues or something like that.
Terrifying.
Yeah, that could be terrifying. Then Opal, how do you think this could be worse? You're muted too.
My dog is whining, so.
Oh, no. He wants to get in that giant, comfortable bed. Imagine there are dogs in there.
I think besides the clues being taken away or that we're chased off before
you
before we can discover any clues, it turns out that one of the clues we discovered before is irrelevant or somehow misleading.
Okay. Yeah. It's like a nice. Okay, sweet. Gosh, I like both of those. I'm gonna go with Opal's clue. So it both takes away and also makes one kind of a red herring, basically.
Got it.
That's fun. So you're talking to them. I believe that's your presence. Because that's like a charisma-based one.
Yeah.
But you've used your power suit.
I have used my power suit. I'm gonna pitch just because this feels like a big deal.
Yes.
I think that Ruby is relying on like the connections from her little black book.
Ooh.
Like she's invoking the names of
you're name dropping.
We're like big in the town. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that the mayor isn't involved, let me assure you the mayor is involved. And let me tell you why. The mayor
just like
months ago. They're just like
they've just been standing here for the whole shift. Like what? I know what. we just ate cakes and the ladies taking us.
Okay.
All right. What you get?
With advantage, having checked off my little black book, I get a 6 and a 4, which is a 10, plus 1, which is an 11.
Nice. All right. Nice. Oh, it's not a 12 plus. Oh, that was close. But with a 10, you do what is intended or you hold steady. Describe what that looks like.
I think what it looks like is that like the dudes are, by the time everybody else comes off the ship.
Yeah, so they don't even get a chance to go up and usher them off. Everybody gets what they need.
And by the end of it, Ruby has produced petitions, and you see the two guys like signing, and they're like, "Oh yeah, protecting the wetlands is so important, Ruby."
Damn it! Yeah.
She like takes the petition.
Yeah, because he's like, "Oh yeah, no, my wife goes bird watching around there, and I."
Yeah, exactly. Sybil. There she is, Sybil.
Hello?
Come down. Sybil's coming down. There's an extra pillow tucked under her arms.
We're just coming to get you to tell you guys that it was time to leave. But see, we're all done. It took a couple of minutes, no problem. We need to get out of here.
That's quite right. It's time for my nightcap anyway.
Sybil, a liver of steel you've got. Ladies, shall we repair to the back to the loft? I feel we've got much to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we may make a quick.
And it's
exit.
open. Yeah. I mean probably the bookstore section closes, but the cafe stays open. It probably subs out after 7 as a wine bar, so it's it's open for.
Yeah, poetry nights.
So much unsolicited wine advice.
Oh God, yeah, that's right. Oh man, I made a mistake by saying that. Yeah, so you're just like, oh, what a great vintage from this place is, and they're like,
Cut to the four of us drinking wine.
Are you having flashbacks, Marcus?
yes. yes, I am. So yeah, many a rep. Right, then we will boom cut back to the loft where you were all around, but now instead of espressos and whatnot, you have your wine about you. Your favorite nighttime server barista is there. Give me this person. Somebody give me this person's name and who they are, what they do.
Claude.
Oh, Claudette.
Claudette.
Okay, Claudette.
We have tons of male NPCs. We need some.
Yeah. What's Claudette like?
Claudette's 20 years old. She's going to the local UC.
Nice.
French
college.
studies major,
French
but
studies?
she's from France, so it's
Yeah,
really
she's
easy.
an exchange student.
Nice. French studies. She's awesome.
She's doing French studies.
Yeah.
Wait, what would you describe Claudette as? Is she very plain? Is she kind of cool?
Kind of punk rock,
tattoos?
I'd say. Like maybe like that
Yeah,
European like cool French chick who's like doesn't overdo it, but just
Yeah.
has
She's
her own
very-
style.
Oh, she's going to go to. She went to Paris.
An exchange student who came to America to study French studies.
Yes.
That's awesome. That's
'Cause it'll be
ridiculously
super
awesome.
easy. It'll be so easy. It's
You're
like,
just gonna cruise through. Yeah, it's
She's
yeah.
also just like that's wrong.
yeah,
That's
Oh
right.
no, completely.
like the
Just
worst
like-
student.
Yeah, she's the TA who's taken over for the
Yeah.
professor.
She gives her professor's nervous breakdown.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
but she's very sweet and
Yeah.
has a lot of respect for her elders. So
Like
she's
us a lot.
yeah.
Well, you're kind of plucky like her grandma, so she's very
Mhm.
nice. All right, good. I'm gonna put Claudette in danger at some session.
Oh no.
All right, so Claudette brings up your wines that you all have. Is it all red or what? Opal, what are you all having? Give me the wine rundown as to your opinion of That's Opal's opinion of the vineyard, the red.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's no like Merlot, there's no Grenache. You're just like the red.
At the diner, we served 3 types: red, white, and mimosa.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So you're having the red.
I'm having
The house
the
red.
red.
Ruby's having a Beaujolais Nouveau.
Ah.
Let's see. I think Sybil's having a Petit Syrah.
Oh, I was gonna move straight to the port.
Yeah, she's in the
Yeah, no,
port.
that's fair.
Nice.
Sybil has been
Okay.
drinking all
Wonderful.
day,
Wonderful.
Maxine's got the Petit Syrah, and Opal has a Pinot Noir. Something classic.
Maxine is drinking a light beer.
Nice. Well, we got to get product placement in there somehow. So
Right.
we've
There
got
you go.
in the show we've got a Heineken Light in there.
There you go.
Ruby goes up, and there are these really beautiful. Opal made these like beautiful crocheted panels for the walls.
Yeah.
And Ruby goes up, and she just like turns them over, and they like swing down, and they make a murder board. Like they make like a.
Oh right.
She pulls out some yarn and some like index cards. She's like, okay, girls, let's get to work.
Right. And that's right when like we see Claudette come downstairs and like put the velvet rope to click off so no one can go upstairs, and she like winks, gives you and then goes back to work and serving wine, and there's some horrible poetry slam thing going on, and yeah, right. And so you're up there.
Yeah.
So you have all I would say collected, oh shoot, I kind of lost track a bit. I believe 5 clues, maybe more. 5 clues as far as pertaining to this mystery.
Right. So we have
the cell phone,
cell
phone account number.
We have the cell phone. We have the photograph, and we have the dinner invitation.
The guest list.
The guest list. Yeah.
Okay. And I had said that this particular mystery is a 5 complexity. Originally was 6, but we said 5 to get through it. And so that knocks out the complexity. So if you want to describe how you're all theorizing as to who could possibly have done it and who or why and all of that, you are laying out the mystery, and then one of you rolls. And it is the flat roll. You can't put the crown on and say, oh no, we get a a bumped up success. It is a flat roll, and because you collected enough clues to knock out the complexity, it's just a flat even roll. Yeah. So, and that's the theorized portion of this. So let's play out that scene. You're all having your various wines.
Right.
Is there a way to cross-check that account number so we can have that information? Know that it's his? Yeah, maybe the sheriff could tell me. Or
well, as a matter of fact, I mean, if you wanted to say let's not do theorize yet and follow up to see if you can get maybe one more bump from it and one more clue, so you have a +1, you can. But remember, if you roll poorly, then I'm going to get some things for you. So.
If you all up for it, I'm up for looking for one more clue. I could maybe just pass that account number to the
by all means
local sheriff. Would he be able to do a lookup, or would it be?
He's not smart that way.
I think we need.
He's letting 4 little old ladies solve murders for him.
Ruby, you must have someone in your little black book who could look this up for us.
Oh,
like a insurance person, or a real estate loan person.
Someone who owes me some favors. Either that, or I think Maxine has like elite hacking skills that we could rely on.
Oh, nice. Yeah, sure.
Either way, whichever. Yeah, let me get on the phone. I'll call my friend. I'll call my banker friend. Who might be able to help us.
Okay.
I have an idea for another clue, Marcus, if you're okay with this.
Sure. Yeah.
Seeing if there's a relationship between Etienne and Maplethorpe, the boy who went missing.
Ah, okay. Okay. Interesting. Sure. Yeah. I like that. And that will be more on the void clue side. But I did say I made him part of this mystery, so I'm going to add that.
Well, we have a bunch
and
of files.
We live in the modern age, so you all have, I'm sure, little laptops and whatnot up there that you can fiddle around with.
Our crime computer, which is just this Apple,
go to the crime computer, the Maven computer. it's a MacBook.
The Maven station.
The Maven Mac. Okay. So Ruby, you're going to make a phone call. And Sybil, how are you going to? How would you go about establishing a connection?
I would be looking at any newspaper reports about the commune, and then looking at the history of Etienne's fishmonger. Establishment, seeing if there's any correlation between when the commune was shut down and then when Etienne's fishmonger shop was opened.
Okay.
Or if he has any relatives, surely I could look in the what's the word I'm looking for? The Hall of Records.
Yep.
To see birth dates. Maybe Etienne has family that may have been related to that, and I'm also going to consult my little black book.
Nice. So you will be, and I'm gonna kind of joint you up. There's no like, you know what? I'm gonna say that there is. I'm gonna make that there is help because we're gonna use a good old move from Call of Cthulhu called library use, where you will be working with Maxine to research that, but you'll be the one rolling, but you'll roll with advantage. So you roll 3 and take the best. Ruby, you're going to make a phone call. So we'll say you two are working away at that. Opal, what does the audience see while these ladies are spinning their webs on the old computer and cell phone?
Well, the photo, right?
Yes.
Would you mind describing the photo again?
Sure. It's a family photo that you think it was taken probably by Stanley the butler. And they're all on a beach. Let's see, Ruby. No, it wouldn't look familiar to you. But it is crowded. It's the total beach with the umbrellas out and everything. And in the background is Etienne, kind of younger, shaved. Beard is much shorter. Paunch is less paunchy. And he is probably at like a booth, like say like a fish and chip booth, like a cafe booth. And he's looking over at the family, and you could tell on his face he's kind of looking with a little bit of jealousy or disdain. He doesn't look pleased when he's looking over there. And everybody else is looking at Stanley smiling, but Amanda Krause her head is kind of cocked over her shoulder, looking at Etienne.
Okay. So what does the camera see? I'm looking at this photo, and I'm like tracing with my finger the line of sight between the two, right? Sort of like going over it. And once Ruby is off the phone, I go over and I say, "What do you see here?"
Right. Yeah. It's all ding, 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 like looking into it. Yeah, you're inferring a bit of that with that. Okay. Let us go to first Ruby, then Sybil, and then Opal into that. Okay. So, Rubes, you make your phone call.
I got an 8 on my phone call. Yeah, I think I'm meddling with a banker friend who I've gotten up out of a sound sleep, and I'm like, I need.
Yeah, it's not a West Coast banker. He's
you need to run some numbers for me, and I need you to keep it real quiet.
What? It's kind of the cut to this guy at home. The wife is like, actually. Your banker friend is married, not married, homosexual, heterosexual?
I think he's married and gay, and his
wonderful. I love it.
His husband does not like me because I pull shit
and you call often. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I love it. I want to diversify. None of this like. The sad housewife mad that her banker husband is up.
Right.
Let's flip the script on it. Right. So yeah, I mean, of course, the covers get pulled, and his husband is very like, that lady. He kind of gets up, goes to the next room, and maybe that's the complication is that later on down the line he's just going to hang the phone up on you.
I'm gonna burn this friendship.
Yeah. It's just too much, just too meddling, just like you are, these meddling ladies. So you call and you wanted to have him run number.
I need you to run some numbers.
Okay.
Know who owns this account. I need to know when it was accessed last. All of that stuff.
Okay. With that, yeah. So I'll say that the complication is somewhere down. If we ever play more sessions, that that this friendship will start to be waning because you call. You have a terrible sense of time zone.
No, yeah, Ruby's like, it's 2 a.m. over there. God.
She's like,
you guys should
what?
move to the West Coast.
What are you doing up so late? You're old. But
Murder again.
Oh my god.
Keeps you
And he runs the numbers, and it seems to have belonged to a joint account of Mr. and Mrs. Krause, and it is being vacated and closed down. And it is a sizable account.
Sure.
It is like their main.
Right.
Where's the money going to?
Yeah, can I know that?
He's yeah. I mean, it's getting to that point. I will say that it's getting moved and shuffled to a new let's get tricky, offshore account, and belonging specifically to Albert Krause.
Okay, got it.
So he's trying to protect his money.
Mm-hmm. And you feel that corresponds to when he's cutting them both out of the will.
Okay. Yeah.
But he didn't cut Sarah out. He didn't cut David out.
No, not Sarah and David.
So they had something to gain.
He's cutting the wife and the youngest daughter out.
Well, the wife must have been having an affair. But why the youngest daughter?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. And then we jump to little Sybil and Maxine. You kind of probably in one chair, Maxine over, or vice versa. Sybil's like, at Maxine's back, like, look that up. So I'll give you a clue on that. So you have a +1.
Okay. And I'm rolling 3 dice.
Correct.
Okay. Be an 8 plus 1.
9.
And am I adding any ability?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Because it's Maxine. Reason on that.
Okay, so that would be a total of 10.
Okay. Yeah. There's the hit.
Cool.
You find a clue. Cooper will tell you what it is. And let me take a look at my list of clues I've got here. I love that Jason Cordova has provided a bunch of clues, but they're vague enough that you will just make your own assumptions to it. Right. And we were looking, right. And all that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. There is a... The numbers, documents, and... Oh. Right. With a connection of that, there is... I'm going to twist this a little bit. Here it says documents that call into the question of the paternity of a child. I will say that these documents call into question a bloodline. It's a birth certificate, and the name Maplethorpe, which belonged to... Oh, that's complicated. Yeah, I would say a Maplethorpe was stricken off of It could have been a father, could have been mother, probably, off of like a birth record, and we'll say either mother or father. I'll let you decide. Was last name Beauregard? So I will let you join that up, but you see that there is a birth record that has both of those names in play, but it was under some of the family records. It was kind of shuffled in the past. Family records of it's shuffled in the past of Kraus, and Kraus doesn't. Kraus seems to be a new name, a legally changed name. So it is, it's almost like you start to see Kraus like appear later. It's not a family line name. It's like between the two. It's Maplethorpe and Beauregard, and then
suddenly Kraus.
And then Kraus in later records.
Do we find out what Etienne's last name is?
Beauregard.
Yes.
Beauregard.
Or at least you know it as Etienne Beauregard because you've known him, and he's been flirting with all of you for quite a while, probably since you've all settled into the town of Brindlewood Bay. Yeah. He's so happy that you're just like, oh, look at one after the other. These ladies are in town, single ladies. And Opal, you present the picture over to Ruby, and you were trying to like figure out what you could see within the picture, like, oh, you're muted, Annie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and like show her the like sort of expression between the two.
Okay.
And what do you see here? Doesn't it look like they have something between them?
I mean, I feel as though I've seen Etienne give you that look.
He's likely to have children he doesn't even know about. That's a reputation.
Yeah, I will say without a roll, that's what you're getting from that. You're theorizing with that, but that's not theorizing about the murder. It's probably like theorizing a sense of jealousy.
I don't know. Maybe it's nothing, but why would he be keeping this in a little locked box? Like this photo.
This was in the butler's room.
It was in Stanley's room. Yeah.
Stanley's room.
We haven't even met him.
That's true. What is Stanley's last name? Do we know it?
You don't.
Tucci.
Yeah, Stanley Tucci. No, you don't. So I'm just gonna say it's none of the other ones that have been mentioned.
Got
so
it.
we'll
Yeah. Got it. All right.
We'll say Collinson. Something very butlery. Collinson.
Colin Robinson.
Yes.
Shall we try to theorize our way out of this mystery?
Sure. Let's try to do it. I'm ready.
So, as I said, I don't. I've just been presenting you with clues. You can throw them together how you like. Right now, because you've stacked on other clues, you do have now, instead of a flat roll, it's +2 to your roll.
I like those.
Let's do it. Who wants to roll?
So, first for theorize, it is. Whoopsie! Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm not going to send monsters at you.
Aww.
I mean,
That would be amazing.
and all of a sudden, monsters. No. When the so theorizes when the Mavens have an open, freewheeling discussion about the solution to a mystery based on the clues they've uncovered, and reach a consensus. They roll plus the number of clues that they have found, not including the void clues, minus the mystery's complexity. So as I said, you'll be rolling with a +2. Mm-hmm. So all we have to do is, I mean, we could just say you just roll, but I want, give me a scene, give me a what do you think? Because really, there is, like I said, you're rolling, so there's no wrong clues from me. I'm not going to be like, oh, you missed that. I'm like, I have had no idea. I'm just making stuff up. So your theory is the correct theory. It just depends on what happens with the dice, and then we tweak the narrative after that.
Are we going back to the loft?
We're in the loft.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Drinking wine, living fine.
There's a murder board, and there's push pins and yarn.
Yes, of course. And there's little cards laid out on the table for all the different people.
So, and I think Ruby's busily connecting stuff. This is her favorite part. This is the thing she loves.
This is the part where the fans who watch the show are like, "Oh, Ruby's doing the Ruby thing."
She's Sherlocking everything in the room.
Yeah.
She puts together Etienne, Amanda, and Emily with like a big question mark. What's the relationship between these three people? The Krause family name, and then connects that to Beauregard, and then connects that back to Etienne. She looks at, the bank account and connects that to Albert Krause, and then, the contusion, and then puts that somewhere between Amanda and Etienne. She's sort of putting all this stuff together. Ladies, I believe that Etienne and Mr. Krause were in fact brothers, or possibly half brothers, and that Emily is perhaps not Mr. Krause's daughter by Mrs. Krause, but instead Etienne's daughter by Mrs. Krause.
Oh my!
I think that Mr. Krause had discovered this fact of his wife's infidelity with his half or full brother, and he decided that he would partition his family, and that he would cut Amanda and Emily out of the will entirely. My only question is whether it was Amanda, Etienne, or Emily who struck that fatal blow.
Yes, but Ruby dear, you're forgetting one important connection in this whole puzzle, and that is the commune and Albert's connection to it. Remember the scar upon his scalp. Dear, we know that he was a part of that commune. He must have escaped. We also know that Maplethorpe was a part of that cult.
I saw the same...
rolls her eyes. Always the commune with you.
Sybil, I saw the same tattoo on the Harbor Master, and unless you're suggesting that the Harbor Master is also somehow involved in this murder,
Is that true?
Suggesting that whatsoever. What I am suggesting is that we don't know about the fate of all of the commune members.
I'm aware of
Perhaps they have resettled in the bay.
I think in this case, I don't dismiss that event has some bearing on this one, but I'm not certain
that it is a motivating factor.
I believe it is Etienne. My gut tells me it is Etienne.
Oh, Opal, you and I are in total agreement. I think we're just a bit off on the motive. I believe that Etienne murdered poor Albert out of revenge.
I disagree with both of you. I think it's
Oh,
ridiculous.
Maxine, you are so the contrarian.
Why would he bring us in to the body unmolested, allow us to find these clues, to see the bruises, to find all of this? Why would he escort us in to witness this?
Because he didn't want to
think we
look
all
bad
just,
in
like,
front of Wyman.
talking over each
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just wine getting tossed around.
I want to hear Sybil's theory, and then Maxine, you'll have a rebuttal.
Okay.
Sybil, go ahead. You had us at revenge, which I like. It's strong.
Who, me or Maxine?
No, Sybil, you. Revenge.
Oh, yes, dear.
Revenge for what?
Revenge for his father, Mr. Maplethorpe, perishing in the raid on the commune back so many years ago. Amanda knew about it. She found out and saw that Etienne was invited to the party, but she made... I take that back. Amanda did not know. She just knew Etienne as the fishmonger, but Albert knew, and he crossed his name out of the list. Remember the photograph. Remember the photograph. Amanda, she knew about Etienne. She was looking at him, dear.
Now, I agree. I do not disagree. There's a little bit of hanky-panky going on, a bit of genetic splicing happening in the grand scale. However, just because such misgivings exist between these and the butler, who clearly has some form of a yen towards this family, perhaps Amanda, or it could be anyone. But just because all of this is going on does not mean that it would motivate them to murder the man. This cult, though, people have died.
murdered him.
It could be them. Completely coincidental. Nothing to do with Etienne or anyone else.
But what evidence do we have of that, dear?
What evidence do you have otherwise? I mean, you have jealousy.
I do. I do have this birth certificate, though.
We could confront Etienne. We could ask him some questions and read him, and then once we see his response, we'll know whether he's guilty or not.
But Ruby's already put out her cards. We don't have time to go.
But the cards are on the wall.
Yeah, Ruby just like gestures to the board. She's like, the cards are on the wall already.
All right.
Well,
We
I
all
do
look
think
at the
we're
wall.
all in agreement that Etienne is the culprit.
Yeah.
He has some questions to answer, I should say that.
I agree.
All right. So we theorize, no matter what, that Etienne is the murderer.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, with a +2, who would like to roll on this theory and wrap this mystery up?
Oh, I think Ruby needs to.
Yeah. I'll go.
I wanted to kick it to someone else. Rolling with me.
No pressure.
Get it wrong.
I'll roll. Ruby, if you
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Do it.
The younger twin
Bring
rolls.
us home.
You had a +2.
After her brother.
what is like the on-screen like thing for this?
Yeah.
What's happening?
We're all looking at the cards at the same time. We all look up at the board and
Yeah.
something connects.
The roll is the aha moment.
It's your aha
Uh-huh.
moment. You figure it out.
All right.
We're all arguing and you're listening and then you figure it out.
Yeah.
Right.
So 7 + 2 is 9.
9.
9.
The solution is correct.
Yes.
But
Etienne.
the keeper will either add an unwelcome complication to the solution itself or present a complicated or dangerous opportunity to take the culprit down or save the day. So with that, it is Etienne who has done this dirty deed, and he is okay. You have found out he is Tim. And it just kind of cuts to a scene where you're about to go, ask him those questions, confront him and whatnot. He sees the stuff in your hands. He probably catches a quick glimpse of the picture or whatnot. He tries to be charming, but he shoves one of you out of the way, and he's running for his car. And just because we made such a big deal about the Mini Cooper or the souped up Cooper, a car chase ensues late at night on the streets of the Brindlewood Bay, and I would like at least one more night move from somebody. It can be Maxine who's driving the car, but somebody could make the night move. And I would say on a failure, both cars kind of flip and get hit, but we can use one of the crown moves to make it a little better. On a success, you just kind of T-bone him, and he hits and gets knocked unconscious, and then you sooner or later wake up the sheriff who comes over to arrest him. So whoever would like to make this last car chase roll.
I mean, I'm happy to roll.
Yeah,
All right.
Go for it.
It's a night move.
Look at it, Maxine.
Sounds like you're using vitality.
Okay.
You can use your car to get advantage.
And your car's. Oh wait, yeah, your car.
Oh, I get advantage.
You do get to roll with advantage because you haven't used your cozy move, your Cooper yet.
Thank you for that car. So that's a roll of a 10, and you said leisure. Or
vitality.
Vitality 0, so it's a straight 10.
Straight 10. So describe to me this car chase between Etienne's, probably truck and a Mini Cooper.
That stinks of fish.
Yeah, it just stinks of fish. So how did you get him off the road, and the whole thing.
She'll chase him down, but she won't really try to get in front of him because she doesn't want to risk, getting hit or hurt. And does anyone else? Does the whole crew in the car with her in the back?
Yeah.
Or
I would think so.
All right.
The dogs, everybody.
So she gets up to where she's going like 15 miles over the speed limit at certain
my
points.
goodness.
Oh,
boy.
15.
Oh boy.
And at one point, the only way to kind of get him is there's a car kind of in the way, and she quickly cuts to the left, and before he can kind of get away, he's stuck there with the car in his way, and I'm to the left, and there's nowhere he can go unless he wants to go into the sidewalk. And then a few people are looking at him like, oh, whatever, and she's kind of got him cornered up against behind a milk truck or whatever.
Right, and the truck's probably far too big to get any kind of real maneuverability, so it clunks into that spot, and we'll say the Cooper kind of pins the door, so he's not only pinned between, as you said, the milk truck, but it's the Cooper, and he's kind of in there, and that's where we will end it with the sheriff coming later, and
Good job, ladies.
Taking Etienne away, and there is you have solved the murder mystery of Dad Overboard.
Yay!
Etienne, huh? Well, Etienne is the is the culprit.
The unsuspecting fishmonger. It's like I always say, FDI, fishmonger did it.
The fishmonger did it. Yeah,
right.
The fishmonger did it. Yeah.
Well done, ladies.
Right, and so after this is said and done, and something I almost forgot to, or I did actually forget to do with all of you, is the end of session moves. And shoot, we should have done that early. So each one of you marks two different things from end of session. You all mark, did the murder maven solve a mystery? But
I think we undermined an authority with the sheriff.
To show somebody that you still got it. And the reason why you'd, of course, mark that before the mystery is, to kind of spur you on to being like, oh, I want to get this experience point in, so I want to try to act like half my age. But we'll just say you did it now. So
I think I behaved like a woman half my age, maybe with the driving. And we secretly undermined the authority of an official. The sheriff. We doted on him.
I wanted a scene where Ruby just sort of catalogs all of the wildly extrajudicial things we are doing as like an unofficial police task force, which is not in any way, shape, or form bound by the laws that bind police.
Exactly.
Right.
Dowling never had anything like that. They just do.
We don't need no stinking warrant.
You don't need no stinking badges. So, right. So basically what you would do at the end of the session for those questions is you take a look. If you had hit any of those marks, that's an experience point for you. So we'll just say, because of how wild and crazy this was, that whatever you had picked, you all three get 3 experience points on your tracker, and you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once those 5 get filled, you pick an advancement from your moves down here. So like an additional Maven move, or bump up your thing, or unmark all your items from your cozy place. So that's part of the end of session moves. And I guess we did go over. But you guys wanted to find more clues. So I was ready for you to theorize, and you said, give me some more clues. I'm like, fine, if you want more clues. Let's just roll some dice and make some clues. And I love that you got it all done in one night. It's like, almost midnight, and all of you were way past your bedtime. But the last little thing for this is just a story game feature called Stars and Wishes, which is keeper and players take a few minutes to share stars and wishes. Stars are things about the session that you really enjoyed. Wishes are things that you hope to see in the next session, if we have one. So we could just quickly kind of go around the table, and Meredith or Opal, do you got any stars or wishes? What'd you love about it, and what would you like to see next time?
Of what we did, or how the gameplay works?
All of it. Yeah. However you feel about it.
I think our interactions as little old ladies were pretty excellent. I think we've got individual, like we each have our own personality, and I think that's pretty great for like a first run session.
Mm-hmm.
In the gameplay, I do like how the powered by the apocalypse system is great and smooth and fun. Wishes, I would like to develop characters, like the way that she deduces and the way what her interactions with the clues are, because I feel like I was good in the group, but I didn't have a good feeling of how Ruby has her cards, and like what's my thing,
right.
How my cute quirky contribution to the group.
Besides the cool macaw thing.
Yeah, exactly.
The macaw is incredible though.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense for me. Is it's with this first run and me running it for the first time, it's very like that feeling out process of what you can do with this, or what you should be doing with this, and you can kind of see where, like, okay, now I got an idea. Now I can really jump out there with something quirky as your own thing, and
right.
So very, very nice. Badger, any stars and wishes from you?
Stars. This group was great.
Oh, thank
I mean, I don't know any of you except for Marcus, and I think you're all awesome.
Well, you and Mark.
Go on.
Marcus is a horrible GM, and then
I am.
I really dig the setting. This is an original setting that it feels like it's got a lot of avenues and places to go. And I'm looking forward to exploring more of it, which leads into my wishes is that I want to explore more of Brindlewood Bay and the mystery behind it, or mysteries plural.
Yep.
And I want to develop the relationships between the four of us, because we've been doing this a while. So clearly there's some backstory with the four of us.
Yeah, that's when you watch a show and you see the pilot episode and they try to jam everything in, and you're like, okay, now I want this to kind of go on a bit of a cruise, and give me some of that backstory and fun to it. Yeah, so more quirks for Meredith and flesh out some mysteries for Sybil. I like it.
And
Ruby,
to our dear departed, now I can't
Gladys.
remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Gladys has it. We got to figure out what the heck happened with Gladys. Did she get too close to the void, or what's going on with Gladys? Okay.
I have two words for you: High Priestess.
Right? Oh no, she
No
disappeared
doubt.
only to become a high priestess.
I'm telling you, there's way more about this commune that we've uncovered.
Yeah, there is actually.
Let's see. Yeah, stars. I'd say I was really impressed with how quickly everybody kind of, picked up the game and picked up the tone. And I love the space that the game makes for us to add stuff to the world.
Yeah. And
I thought that everybody was really great about anytime you ask what do you add to the loft, right? What's your thing? Or what's your intro montage? That was probably doing each of our characters' intro montages was probably my favorite. My favorite just non-play moment of the night, because it was so great to see everybody really nail that. And it's the 80s and it's a TV show, and everybody knows how you introduce a character with a little bit of action and then a smile at the camera or whatever. It's really great. Wishes. I would really like to pick this up again and play with this group. I thought this was super fun. I guess I'd love to do a mystery. It's interesting because the way that the setup is working, the way that the clue setup works, it feels like it's easy to get to a theorize point and still feel we need more. We need specific clues that specifically identify put the murderer at the location.
Yeah.
Right. And the motive is this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, I kind of wish that there was a way to have it so that certain clues, maybe if you roll a 12 plus on a clue when you get it, you, the player, can say this clue identifies specifically the murderer.
Right.
You don't even have to be specific at that point. You can say this is the clue though that will identify the murderer. And later when you get to theorize, we could say, oh, this was the murderer clue. How does that clue specifically pinpoint one person as the murderer? Whatever. Anyway, I'm writing my own mystery game right now, so I'm thinking about this stuff all the time. So
I think that throw this under the wish column is I wish that we had more time, because especially with investigative type of RPGs, it needs more time for the players to just follow clues and think of avenues of investigation that they want to follow. And
because it's
I fucking love mysteries and doing investigations and exploration. I could go off for hours doing that.
There were no fights. We didn't get a fight. We did get the car
no
chase.
Fights. Yeah, no, we got a car chase. There's I think what was that again?
I was just saying this was really fun.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry, I'll get to you, Mark, and then we'll talk about my wishes and stars. Talk about me. Is following up on your mystery thing is that definitely 2 sessions would be more fun, because I think the thing is, when you present such an open way to piece together clues, motive, and murderer, like it's up to you to all right, you want a reason to do that. You want a reason to make Etienne,
Right.
that a bit more. And then, what I did, which I think I screwed up, is I added a lot to the clues as opposed to just present the clues flatly and vague and just be like, you guys take it where you want to take it. So I think like once I did that a couple of times, I was like, fuck.
Yeah. I mean,
from where I sat, it felt fine.
Yeah, we needed the help probably, so appreciate it.
Well, and like PbtA games, I always find are like this, where it's like you have to learn how to both play and run the game, and it takes a couple sessions to be like, oh wait, I get it. Like the clues need to be really flat so that the players can put a lot of meaning on them.
Yeah,
it's good.
Mark, stars and wishes pour vous.
For me, yeah, great crew. Everyone's just so quick and clearly expert level gamers. So kudos all around. And I like the action in this game. It has a nice quality to it. It's a little bit more about the information that we're sharing and the way that we're sharing it and how we're interacting, and the kind of, I'd like to see, I think now in terms of I'd like to see more character interaction with, like, maybe one episode focuses on someone's family. There's a bit of murder or something that's happened to someone's kid, or bringing in more people from the town, and having more of a, like if you think of Twin Peaks, there's this whole ensemble cast of people that are all kind of around.
Yeah, we've got a whole town to flesh out.
Yeah, God.
Yeah.
We just got Claudette right now and the harbor master.
I know. I really wanted to offer some wisdom to Claudette, so we could get another point there.
Another point on that.
So I just love exploring all those, and also just I liked also this subtle, like, oh shit, there's some really ugly stuff going on here, but it was revealed in a really kind of like, subtle way. So I'm looking forward to exploring. I'd love to explore more into that dark scariness.
Nice. Well, good. I'm glad you like the way that I presented the darkness.
Yes.
So my stars and wishes. My stars is each of you had some great, fun highlight moments that made me laugh a lot. Opal, I love your macaw. I love God, your familiar of macaw is very, very good. Maxine, I loved your almost pining for Etienne. Maybe he wasn't guilty. This is like, come on, Etienne's not. Maybe he's not.
Maybe not. It's funny how the dice just decide whether you're right or not. It's not up to that. It's just
Sybil with a nice sense of a little bit of sinister to Sybil's-ness is great, and Ruby, the most passionate of the Maven detectives with the murder wall, made me very, very happy. So it was good that everybody like jumped in, leaned into their characters, and that was fun. Wishes, one wishes I would love to run more of this with all of you. And since we got that kind of first block, that first hour of first session out of the way, now it's just jumping right into a mystery and like going from there. So that would give us a bit more time. But yes, more time is needed with that. So I would say, that's my big wish is, I love gaming and I want to game more with you guys. So that's my wish.
Oh, my.
With all of you.
Make it so.
And we make it so. I hope we'll make it so. Because there are a bunch of mysteries that are little one-page mysteries written up, and lots of clues, and there is a big dark conspiracy to unfold all the onion layers of this dark conspiracy, and it can get creepier and creepier along the way. So, so it's good. Thank you all very much. It was a lot
Thank
of
you,
fun.
Marcus.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you,
Welcome. Thanks for making me laugh a lot.
All right, I'll play us out.
Yes,
Bye,
play us out. Bye. We'll see you, and check us out on the old YouTubes, would you?
McCall like screeches and flaps and swings, and everyone laughs.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.